Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't I never run from a conflict, I'll be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. About a woman on a day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. About a woman on a day. Man made baby, know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I am your host, Shane Quinn. Lady Shay is in the background, asleep. She might be joining us later on when she wakes up. And we should be joined here shortly with West Coast correspondent, like you said, Corey. This is damn computer fan. That's what sounds like a damn rotor, but it's the computer fan. Okay. We'll be discussing several things. The first thing is the breaking news: Jordan Neely killer. Okay, and so we got Jordan Neely's killer. Daniel Penny is acquitted of the lesser charge, which was criminally negligent homicide. They dropped the other charge, which was manslaughter, second-degree manslaughter, for the verdict was read. That's on my last nerve. Okay. Then we got Daniel Penny found not guilty, and the folks are overjoyed. Those white supremacists are loving this. So we're gonna go over that. Then Luigi Mangione has been identified as the shooter that's been on the run for the last few days after killing the CEO of UnitedHealth. So they found his ass at McDonald's, y'all, eating an egg McMuffin in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Then we got why some people view the UnitedHealth killer as a hero. Fan stuff. Okay. Then we got DOJ update on the Tyre Nichols death investigation. VP Kamala Harris staffer low-key blames black women for their loss. Black staffers were treated horribly. Then the Republican Party also needs to do for black Americans if they want our vote, to earn our votes. Then Nicc Fuentes, we covered this yesterday, but I want to play Professor Black Truth's take on it. Nicc Fuentes is arrested for battery. Then Roly Poly Martin is still twerking for Biden after being disrespected. And if we have time, we will be discussing some of the local news here in Denver, Aurora, Colorado news. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for staying up late. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News, as Twin has so eloquently put in the chat. Yeah, it sounds horrible, Twin. You know, it sounds like a damn thriller. Something like the world, bro. Okay. So I'm gonna hop right into it. So, like I said, breaking news: Daniel Penny found not guilty in subway death of Jordan Neely. The first clip I'm gonna play is from Dr. Rashad Ritchie. I'm gonna go on mute. Come on, computer, what in the hell is wrong with you?
HoneyBook completely changed business. I'm a photographer, an independent business. It's a fact. Running your own business is hard, but don't make it harder than it has to be. Get HoneyBook. HoneyBook brings my entire client flow under one roof. HoneyBook handles my proposals, contracts.
We got breaking news. Daniel Penny, the man who killed an individual by choking him, Jordan Neely, killed this man while in public transit, has been found not guilty. The man was homeless, going through a difficult day at the time. I'm going to remind you of the incident and then give you the details as to the verdict. Here it is.
Hey. Okay, the video froze.
In the chokehold death of Mr. Jordan Neely, a 30-year-old homeless man with a history of mental illness, whose final moments on a New York City subway train were captured on bystander video that set off weeks of protest and drew national attention. The decision on the 5th day of deliberations came after the jury deadlocked Friday on the more serious charge of manslaughter, leading the judge to dismiss the manslaughter charge. Penny faced up to 4 years in prison as the jury foreperson read the not guilty verdict. Some observers in the courtroom applauded, others began to sob and yell, including Mr. Neely's father, Andre Zachary, who was escorted out. Quote, "This is America. This is the sound of Black pain," one person said outside of the courtroom in Lower Manhattan to the reaction. Chants of, quote, "No justice, no peace," could be heard echoing from outside. The case divided people in New York and beyond, in some cases along political and racial lines. Neely was Black, Penny is white. Some people view Penny as callous and his actions as criminal. On the day he encountered Neely, who had been shouting and acting erratically when he boarded a subway train in Manhattan on May 1st, 2023. Others contend Penny was selfless and in his attempt to protect fellow passengers. The Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, said he respected the jury's verdict. The jury deliberated for about an hour on the criminally negligent homicide charge after about 4 days spent considering the manslaughter charge, which, by the way, once again, they were deadlocked. Quote, "Their lengthy deliberation and the totality of the facts and the evidence underscored why this case was put in front of a jury of Mr. Penny's peers," Bragg said in a statement. The anonymous jury, made up of 7 women and 5 men, were told before they began deliberating that they had to come to a unanimous decision on the top charge of manslaughter in the second degree before moving on to consider criminally negligent homicide. But basically, the judge, eradicated that when he dismissed it. Okay. To me, the jury got it wrong. All right. That's my opinion. And the reason I say that is because the provocation of violence never happened. This was a man who seemingly was having a mental health day. All right. And if you took the prerequisite of shouting and acting somewhat erratic as excusable pretense in order to kill someone, then you can kill 1/5 of the people right now who may be at Fulton County Jail and other places where they incarcerate the mentally ill. Okay? There's no justification for killing. And the way it happened, people lied initially to protect this individual, really was to protect themselves. They came out in court and said so. They embellished what really happened until video or bystanders said contrary to their on the record statements. And then one guy tried to hide from the police who was involved in the incident itself. What's very sad is this point. The jurors across America in particular, have been desensitized to the reality of the sanctity of human life. They don't value it. I want you to think about how the wheels of justice move for people who are important to them and how it's slow to move for people who are not. This is just part of that system. And don't think these systems are contrary to people, are contrary to the people who run them. These systems are permeations of the people who run them. And sometimes those systems also include members of a jury. All right, dear brother, thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, this is just BS. At the end of the day, it just is. Like, there are so many other things that could have been done. Even if you're going to put them in a chokehold, maybe not quite as hard, maybe not for quite as long. As if you weren't aware that he was being incapacitated, even if he would have got hit in the face or something, that he probably wouldn't be dead today. So at the end of the day, a man is dead unnecessarily. And it just really, excuse me, it's just really crazy how, certain elements of this country, including people on the left, want Black people to act like America isn't racist. And it's examples like this that show, yes, it still is structurally and institutionally. I mean, if you even if you take this to the election, right? Donald Trump, a man who should be in prison, a man who had dozens and dozens of felonies, literally tried to overthrow the country, and yet he can be the president again. Then they talk about Kamala, and it's like, oh, well, she wasn't perfect, and she didn't do X, Y, and Z. It's like, but everything that Trump did, that was good enough for him, right? Man who ran on a campaign of nothing but racism and gibberish, he's where he is. Then we see stuff like this. A Black man gets killed in a subway. Oh, you can go free. You were just trying to defend the people. It's okay. Black man gets shot. Black man gets shot again by police, gets his neck stood on. We just supposed to accept all of this stuff and pretend like, the racist elements of white America, because clearly not all white people are like this. but a huge chunk of them are, or they just put their head in the sand and don't care. We're supposed to act like, oh, well, it's just because people don't have free health care. That's why they're okay with all this racism. Like, no. Racism is still very real, and it's the foundations of how this country was made. And this is just yet another example of it. So every day, Black and brown people have to deal with this and then listen to certain elements of the country be like, oh, no, that's not what's going on. Like, no, clearly that's what's going on. What does the right wing talk about constantly? DEI. There's too many Black and brown people in corporate America. If you're there, you were a DEI hire. There's too many Black and brown people in the country. Black and brown people are criminals. Gay people need to go back in the closet. Women need to be. That's all they talk about. It is all they talk about. But all of a sudden, when things get real, that's not the issue. No, that is the issue, and we need to stop pretending like it isn't.
That's right. That's right. Well said.
Fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial.
Okay, thanks for joining us, Shabaka. I had a few more clips on this I was going to play. If you're...
Yeah, go ahead.
Breaking news as the jury has just come to a unanimous decision in the Daniel Penny case, and NBC's Antonia Hilton is outside the courthouse for us. MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin is here with us. Antonia, walk us through the verdict and where this takes us in the case.
Hey, Anna, the verdict from the jury is that Daniel Penny has been found not guilty, and that is of the second lesser charge that he was facing, which was criminally negligent homicide. This is after the events of last week. This jury, made up of an anonymous group of 7 women, 5 men, were deadlocked on the initial manslaughter charge. Prosecutors then asked the judge to dismiss that so the jury could move to considering the second lesser felony. And the jury has now come back after, only about an hour of discussion with this not guilty verdict. They spent more than 23 hours in deliberations over this case that has become something of a fault line here in the New York area. And we're incredibly conscientious throughout the process. In fact, they sent numerous notes back to the judge to ask for clarifications, additional explanations, to review evidence one more time and testimony one more time. And that's really a reflection of just the difficulty, the sort of discussion and debate that's happened in this city at large. Some arguing here in New York that Daniel Penny is a hero who took necessary action that day in May of 2023. Prosecutors say that he held Jordan Neely in a chokehold for about 6 minutes, and people who have supported him said that he was protecting his fellow New Yorkers who experienced sort of unpredictable and at sometimes frightening incidents on public transportation here. And then others, you may be able to hear behind me here that there's a crowd of protesters that have gathered here to support Jordan Neely. They see this as a case that is about social justice, racial justice in New York City, the lack of support for people suffering with mental health challenges, the lack of support for people who are experiencing homelessness, all of which deeply impacted Jordan Neely for many years leading up to his death. And so this is certainly going to continue to be an emotional and charged moment here in the city. In fact, our team on the inside of the courtroom says that upon hearing the verdict, people were immediately emotional. His supporters cheering and relieved, and others just absolutely devastated, immediately crying, some escorted out of the court because of their reactions, Anna.
Yeah, we are learning Jordan Neely's father is among those who were tossed out of the courtroom for yelling, we are told, according to our, have led to this verdict.
Well, first of all, Anna, there were more than 40 witnesses over the course of the trial, including people who experienced these events, testified that they were indeed afraid of Jordan Neely as this episode unfolded. That may have had an impact on the jury, which was asked to assess, with respect to both of the counts that they were asked to consider, whether or not the district attorney's office had proven beyond a reasonable doubt that there was no justification for what Daniel Penny had done. So these 2 counts, manslaughter was the first count, criminally negligent homicide was the other, were presented to the jury in the alternative, meaning you could only find a guilty verdict as to one. If they had found him guilty on manslaughter, they would have never moved to the charge that they determined today. But as we know from last week, they could not reach a verdict with respect to the manslaughter count. Now, finding somebody guilty on manslaughter requires two things. First, you have to prove that the person was reckless. And secondly, as I just mentioned, you have to find that the district attorney failed to prove to you as a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the person had a lack of justification for their actions. And that's where, based on the notes that the jury sent the judge here, it seemed like they were hung up. The reason that's important is because that lack of justification issue also presents in a criminally negligent homicide count. So if the jury was unable to reach a resolution amongst themselves, finding that the DA proved beyond a reasonable doubt that there was no justification for Daniel Penny's actions, they couldn't find that as to manslaughter, fairly likely they're never going to find that as to the other count. It's none surprising to me, given what we saw happen last week, particularly after a weekend's break, which is never good for prosecutors, that this jury then came to a fairly quick conclusion, given how many hours they had spent beforehand, to acquit Daniel Penny.
Right. They had just come back within the last couple of hours to begin deliberations on the second lesser charge. Again, the breaking news here, Daniel Penny found not guilty. But Lisa, we also know that Jordan Neely's family had filed, I believe, a suit in this. People who are acquitted in criminal cases and yet find justice with respect to civil accountability. I think the best example of that is with respect to Fred Goldman's family, Ron Goldman being the man who was murdered alongside Nicole Brown Simpson. Even though O.J. Simpson was never found criminally guilty for those two murders, Fred Goldman, the father, along with his daughter, then sued O.J. Simpson civilly and won a fairly large verdict with respect to civil liability for O.J. Simpson. There are many other examples of similar disjuncture between what happens in a criminal court and what happens when respect to a wrongful death action, for example, by a family. And so now, as this news is sinking in, Antonia, talk to us about what's happening outside the courthouse. We hear the protesters.
There are several dozen protesters here chanting outraged. The majority of the people here right outside the court are supporters of Jordan Neely, who have been talking about the need for mental health care, racial justice in New York City. I think our cameraman, Art, is going to try to swing so that you can see a little bit of what's happening here. At times, things have gotten tense this morning. Protesters have yelled at reporters here and asked us questions. I think they've been very anxious about what's happening inside. And also, at times, it's gotten so loud, in fact, that our team inside the courtroom shared with us that it became a discussion point among Daniel Penny's team and the judge. Penny's team came forward this morning before the verdict came back and raised concern that some of the remarks made by the protesters here could be interpreted as threatening to the jury, could sway their opinion in some way. The judge dismissed that, and it doesn't appear to have swayed them because the jury came back with a not guilty verdict pretty shortly after that. But it has been incredibly tense here. And again, Anna, as I said before, this is a case that has become this fault line in New York. It is a case that seems to have brought together so much discussion New Yorkers are having in their daily life about public safety, about security, about the availability of healthcare. For some people, they see connections between other recent cases. I covered the case of a man experiencing homelessness and mental illness who stabbed 3 New Yorkers just a few weeks ago. And so all of this seems to be converging at this critical moment. And Jordan Neely's story and the heartbreak people feel over it is certainly really the heart of it, Anna.
Lisa, final thought?
Anna, one of the things that came across me is the jury was not polled here in delivering their verdict. That means nobody asked the jurors one at a time to confirm that this is their verdict. That means we didn't get to hear from the people who are on this jury. And one thing that I'm really curious about is whether or not there are people on the jury who feel like they want to speak out. Because, again, if they could not reach a unanimous verdict to find him guilty, based on their prior experiences, they may have concluded that they were never going to reach a unanimous verdict. That doesn't mean there weren't people on this jury who would have voted to find Daniel Penny guilty, and particularly given how fraught this case is, given what else is going on in the city of New York, as Antonio was just very vividly describing. I'll be curious to see if any jurors come forward and want to tell their story to folks like us.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to hear from the family next.
All right.
Casting for an ad campaign or short film, LTX Studio has you covered. I'm going to...
We have breaking news. Jordan Neely's family speaking outside court after a jury found Daniel Penny not guilty of criminally negligent homicide in Neely's death on the New York City subway. Let's listen.
Let us know that our lives have value. Jordan Neely was choked to death by someone who didn't care people was telling him to stop. Last week, the jury they couldn't decide on the top charge, but they come back this week and they give up on us. The family's hurt. I promised this family that we would get justice. We're still going to do that. We're going to move forward with our suit. The district attorney did a good job, but the jury in this case let us down. So now here's what we have. We have a call to action, because you have to do something with this anger and with this rage. Our call to action is to take care of each other. We can't rely on outside people. If we see someone asking for food, we have to take the responsibility to give it to them. If we see someone cold, to give them a coat. If we see someone going through something, to ask them if they're okay. That's how we help each other, because we can't rely on the system to do it for us. And clearly, if we get to this point, it's too late. We have to be there for each other, and that's our call to action. Everybody that's pissed off at this verdict, I challenge you to go outside today and help one person. That's my challenge. If you're angry, if you're hurt, go help one person. That's how we beat the system. That's how we turn this around, by being there for each other.
I just want to say, I miss my son. My son didn't have to go through this. I didn't have to go through this either. It hurts. Really, really hurts. What are we going to do, people? What's going to happen to us now? I had enough of this. The system is rigged. Come on, people. Let's do something about this.
Let's do something about it. Too often, we have Eric Garner's mother here. There's too often this is happening, where we're left alone in this society. We got to stop that. We have to change how we impact each other. Jordan came on that subway car. The first thing he asked for was food, and he was killed. And the person who killed him was not held responsible. We cannot allow this to keep happening.
Okay. Oh. Look like the police are attacking protesters. Are they?
Good morning, everyone. Here we stand once again in front of this unjust system. I stood here 10 years ago because they did not give justice to my son with the chokehold. I fought hard to get the anti-chokehold bill passed, which did pass. But it shouldn't only be for police officers, it should be for civilians also. No one deserves to be choked to death. No one. And you know, we're in that courtroom and people are cheering for the verdict. They made the loudest noise. The judge did nothing. But when his father spoke out, they put him out the courtroom. Is that justice? Or what? We can't allow this to keep going on. We have to fight this system. That's what I had to do. I had to fight to get the little justice that I got. I got one police officer fired. There's more that need to be fired. But I tell this family, do not give up. Because that's what they want you to do. They want to discourage you. Just like they tried to discourage me. But 10 years later, I'm still fighting. And I'm not only fighting for myself, I'm fighting for families like yourself. That's why I have to come out when this injustice is done. If this had been the other way, if your family had murdered this so-called innocent guy now, it would have been a different story. He would have been in jail. It would have never came out. But they don't do the same to us. It's two justice systems.
You know that.
And we have to stop this. And the only way that we can stop it is to stand together. Those of us who are against what happened, we have to speak up. We can't treat this just like another news story, not another press conference. We have to speak up, and stand up. So I just say today, we did not get justice once again. And I am saddened. I am truly saddened by the situation because it keeps on happening and no one is standing accountable for their actions. So
You're watching Gwen Carr, Eric Garner's mother, speaking next to the family of Jordan Neely after a jury found Daniel Penny not guilty of criminally Neely in a chokehold for too long, causing his death, while the defense argued Penny acted in self-defense. ABC's Stephanie Ramos joins me from outside a New York City courtroom, along with ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer here with me in studio. So, Stephanie, what's the latest on this verdict?
Well, Diane, protesters and counter-protesters have gathered here outside the courtroom. Protesters chanting no justice. They've also been saying Jordan Neely's name. Counter-protesters can be seen holding signs that read Daniel Penny is a hero. The jury today deciding that 26-year-old Daniel Penny, a former Marine, is not guilty of that lesser charge, criminally negligent homicide, which would have carried about 4 years in prison. When that verdict was read in the courtroom, there was a mix in reaction. There were cheers and there were cries. But right now, we know that police are with some of the protesters and counter-protesters within the pen to try and keep the peace there right now. But again, a mixed reaction in the courtroom and outside here in downtown New York City.
One of the things that the family's attorney, Dante Mills, pointed to there was the fact that the jury was hung on the top charge of manslaughter, but then today came back with not guilty on the lesser charge. What do you make of that?
It's confusing, not just in the sense of how they went about this verdict, first asking questions about justification, and then evidence about the chokehold and video, and then the definitions of reckless and negligent, then coming back and forth. It seemed like there was some real infighting in that deliberation room, and I'm really curious as to what happened there. Hopefully a juror comes out and lets us know. But I think, and maybe my opinion is wrong, I think this had less to do with the elements of the crime and more just of the division of the city, that the defense probably did a really good job of picking the right jurors for this case, that ultimately came down and said, no, I want a Daniel Penny in the train when a situation like this happens. It doesn't make sense to me from a legal elements of the crime, but it makes sense to me in terms of how the city overall feels about the dangers and violences that they perceive in the subway.
Now, Dante Mills talked about system failures here. The fact that Jordan Neely was on that train to begin with, asking for food. Does his family have any other recourse? Could they, for example, sue the city or some other government entity here?
I mean, you can sue whoever you want. Whether or not it's going to be successful is the other question. I don't have all the facts as to why Jordan Neely was in the subway at that time, whether someone released him from some sort of mental health institution or some sort of health institution and he wasn't supposed to be released, if there were some sort of procedures that were overlooked or not done according to the proper process, then yes, then you can maybe pull together some sort of civil rights claim. But I don't see it, at least based on the information that we have. And I don't think going after Daniel Penny in a civil lawsuit will help them all that much either.
Stephanie, we also just heard from Neely's father there calling this verdict the result of a rigged system. And we heard Gwen Carr referencing the fact that Neely's father was also told to leave the courtroom at one point during today's hearing. What was the scene like there, and what sort of reactions are you hearing?
Oh, similar to what you just described. I mean, we understand that Neely's father was in the courtroom and did curse when that verdict was read, and that's when he was asked to leave. But then there were others that applauded that verdict, and that's the same type of reaction that we're seeing here. The defense lawyers saying in court, telling the jury in court that this was like Brian mentioned, you wanted a Daniel Penny in that subway because this was a heightened situation, because they say Jordan Neely was threatening others. They said that he had thrown this was last year, back in May, that Jordan Neely had thrown on the ground his jacket, was loudly ranting about being hungry and thirsty, and that he was approaching a bench full of women, and that's when Daniel Penny reacted. The jury clearly went home on Friday when that manslaughter charge was dismissed and thought about this, and they were ready to deliver their verdict today.
So, Brian, is there any recourse for prosecutors in this case at this point?
As the facts exist now and today as we know them, no, because they chose to dismiss the manslaughter charge when there was a hung jury, and then ultimately the jury decided not guilty on the criminal negligent homicide. But if we find out that there's some sort of impropriety or something happened within the jury room during deliberations that was inappropriate, illegal, or not supposed to happen, theoretically speaking, the prosecution could have an appeal based on that. But those are very rare, and I'm not sure if we're going to see something like that existing here. But as we see it now, no, there's not much more the prosecution can do.
Elevate your marketing with Pixagon's AI videos. Create engaging videos.
Okay, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this real quick before I get to this next video?
All right, okay. Once again, man, this is a repeat, man, of what you had in 1992 in Los Angeles with the Rodney King verdict. Although Mr. King did not die as a result of these blows. As Twin Pyramid says right here, this is definitely a case of white privilege. This clearly goes to show that we are diasporic Africans. This country does not look at us as Americans, okay? That's the first mindset that we got to come up out of, okay? Is because as Minister Malcolm had said in that same city right there, even before there was a place called America, we were black people, okay? So the Yassa bosses like Alvin Bragg, or Eric Adams, you don't see these punk ass motherfuckers out there talking about something that needs to be done about that. Is because these house niggas are on puppet strings. But the irony of the goddamn shit is that could have been their loved ones. That could have been their black asses themselves. That could have been you. That could have been me and all other family members that we have dear to us. You see what I mean?
Right. And remember, Shabaka, he wasn't going to charge that bastard initially anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Now, here's one thing for you. You remember after Eric Garner, the people got wait a minute. Okay, the cops that killed Eric Garner got off. And you remember when the New York police,
Daniel Battaglia was the one that choked him out.
Right, hold it. Now get this here. And you remember when he was saying, I can't breathe?
Yep, I have the t-shirt, Shabaka.
Okay, hold on a second. Do you know that them white motherfuckers in New York had put up t-shirts saying, oh, I can breathe?
Yeah, well, remember I told you that article the other day? I was wearing I can't breathe t-shirts, and the damn piggies would drive by and say, what do you mean you can't breathe? And I said, this is for Eric Gardner. You already know what the hell this is, cracker. You already know what the fuck this is.
Okay, but hold on. Now, here's something else. When the New York Police Department put them fucking shirts on, right, and they was grinning and laughing, Do you remember what happened about 3 days after that?
Somebody got killed.
Guess what happened? Somebody had went out there and knocked off 2 NYPD officers. Okay. And then.
Yeah, they sure did.
Okay. And so then what had happened was, which was another miscarriage of justice, they're going to go to that man's mother and have him come out there and say, well, these police officers didn't deserve to get killed. Yeah, you remember that?
Yep, I remember that.
I'm not saying go out and kill police officers. I'm not saying that. But what it is, though, it's a classic case of fuck around and find out. It's a classic case of for every action, there must be a reaction. There's just off the law of physics, and no reaction is a reaction. Say,
right.
Look what happened in Los Angeles in 1992. No justice, no peace, right? Who did they get up there and say, now, and then they go to Rodney King. They come out there and say, can we just all get it out?
Oh my God, that shit was sickening.
It is, and that was an act wrong within itself, because them bastards should have been in jail. Just like this bastard who killed our man right here. That son of a bitch should be sitting right there in the goddamn county jail getting ready to go to prison.
Yep, Daniel Penny should be.
So it is clearly obvious of what this is. You say?
It was a public lynching.
Exactly. Our question to that is, how do we respond to this?
Well, like I said,
first, okay, 2 things that need.
Acting a fool on the goddamn train or the bus, and I choke his ass out, I better get off.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna be hit with murder in the 1st degree. They're gonna hit you with a hate crime. Understand? Now, this
is clearly all that and then some, and this just stresses another reason why we need an anti-black hate crime law.
Not only that, but what the black citizens of New York need to do, because I think New York is a stronghold for us, is
a lot of tethers in New York, Shabaka.
Yeah, I know.
Black people there, but there is a lot of tethers there too, and it was a tether that helped him. That's why I can't get with all this. We all Africans in the diaspora. I can't get with that. I can't get with that. We all Americans. They don't treat us like that.
Okay, all right, okay. I see your reasoning. Very, very sound reasoning. But what has happened due to colonialism and neo-colonialism is what causes this type of shit to happen. Because they know that we're not organized. They know that we're divided. This is why they put efforts, blatant and subliminal, to keep us divided. Just for this reason right here. You see what I'm saying? And other reasons. You see what I mean? But we don't have no cohesiveness in the black community, because you got coons, toms, ass scratchers, and tethers.
Yep.
Not only in the United States, but throughout the whole goddamn diaspora. Yeah, twin, there's these goddamn tethers, man. There's these goddamn tethers.
And then they try to say, like, it was justified because he was yelling. Are you serious?
Man, yelling, the most that could be, man, is disturbing the peace, man. They take your ass to jail, let you spend the night, go to court, and they throw the shit out.
Yeah, they were trying to say, he was threatening the passengers on the train.
Okay, all right. Okay, what threats did he make? What threats?
He kept saying was he was hungry.
Yeah, exactly, brother Che. Yeah. You see, you see, we agree. Now, let me just show you here. What specific threats that Jordan Neely made to any passenger on that train? Did he tell people you better give me some money, which it could be attempted robbery in the 3rd degree? Did he said that I need money to eat? Okay, which is perfectly legal. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Did he also threaten anybody? No, he didn't.
All he said was, "I'm prepared to go to jail."
Okay,
if I can't get nothing to eat, if I can't find somewhere to stay for the night. That's about it. He didn't threaten nobody. Said, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you don't feed me."
Yeah, right. Well, okay, and if he was to do that, now if he was to make such a statement to somebody, now that's attempted robbery.
Yeah, but he didn't do that.
And extortion.
Right,
but
he
he
didn't
did. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's just it though. But yeah. See, Brother Trey, this is where I'm going here. I'm playing a little bit of chess right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't make any threatenings. That man's crime was being homeless, being hungry, and being black.
And mentally ill. Yep.
And mentally ill. That was that man's crime. And none of those crimes right there, or none of those conditions, constant. But then again, I've never been to the city or state of New York, will not be going. All right.
I have, Sabaki. I was there. I stayed there a little bit when I was a child. I haven't been since an adult though. But it was wild then.
Okay. All righty. And unfortunately, I'm not gonna make it to Harlem to see, our Black history there. Not at my age. Hell, they might kill my asses because I got a damn Nevada driver's license.
Yeah,
well,
man.
White man to the rescue. Here's an old disabled Black man, 65 years old. Let me go kill him. He's a threat to the public.
At this point, no matter what age we are, it's a cesspool, like Twin said. And it's always been a cesspool. For as long as I can
New York is a cesspool. Yeah, it is, Twin. Chicago is a cesspool. Los Angeles, California is a cesspool.
They're trying to turn Denver into a cesspool.
Yeah, exactly. You see? But what it is, Black family, unless we have some type of cohesiveness, on a national basis in the United States, these incidences are going to continue.
Yeah.
Because to quote the words of Huey Newton, to quote the words of Dr. Huey Newton, and his revolutionary suicide, and I might be paraphrasing him, because it's been over 20 years since I read the book, is where he says, it's mighty funny of how the police killings went down when we started those patrols and over.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. He says, yeah, that's very interesting. Then you had that old senile bastard by the name of Ronald Reagan, who became your 40th president.
We don't have to go over all of that right now. I just want to hear your thoughts on what this verdict was. I got to play a whole
nother. It's sickening.
Yeah.
It's a miscarriage of justice.
Yes, it is.
Now, what's Uncle Phil talking about?
Same thing.
Man, what is that? The fan?
Yes.
Oh, man.
I have to press the laptop down to stop it from doing that. Okay.
So there's no excuse because if Chauvin's in prison, how is it this guy didn't go, right? But
because he's white.
I'm gonna end up playing a body cam footage that was actually from that day, from what witnesses said, what happened, and also I want to get into something Megyn Kelly's going to say, because the folks need to get put on an announcement about something about Black people, because they think that with this election of Trump, and you've had people vote for Trump because of the economy, not white supremacy. I was gonna let you know that it was the economy, because they were suffering underneath the Biden administration. For some reason, they're translating this as to like we gonna let them. I don't know. But I'm gonna let Megan Kelly say what she's gonna say. But I want to play this first, the body cam footage, and I say,
if a man really hated
fuck
ads, here's what he would do. Day one, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free. Day two.
I've seen this today. I want y'all to see it, and just tell me what y'all think about what's going to be on this body cam footage. So let me go ahead and go down here. So let's cue this.
Then he came in, like he put like his hand so he could come in, right? Okay. I guess he was pissed or something, but I looked at him, right? And then he started taking off his sweater, dummy hard, and then he threw it. And then he told like everyone that he had like a rough day and that he don't care what happens today. He don't care about going to jail, but that someone's dying to. Bro, move. He can come to me.
Why they applying CPR? The man is dead. The man is dead. Why the fuck you doing CPR? He's dead.
On the train, he was like, yo, I'm looking for food. I'm looking for this shit. I'm like, he was ready to risk it all. Basically, he was like basically, he's going to tell the people about to hurt somebody. He's on the floor. He's like, I'm ready to hurt somebody. I'm ready to do this. And he was right here. Like I said, I don't think he's nothing wrong. Everybody moved, and he was about to saw his people. Yeah, he lived and he tried to do this while the cop was coming. They took mad. Everybody, I was falling out home. Yeah. They took mad long to come. He was trying to resist him on somebody's game. They took mad long. Okay. He got hit with 2 days. He got on the train. He was ready to fight. I seen him take like he got on the train. He dropped his phone. He's like, I'm ready to hurt anybody. I'm hungry. I'm ready to go back to $100. And dude got up, he saw he was about to hurt somebody, and he got up and he was trained. And he was trying to I don't know.
Okay, all right. So as you hear, the witnesses are basically saying that he was having a mental health breakdown from what basically I'm hearing. And he said he didn't care if he went to jail, all of that. Remember, he was on the street, he was homeless, mental health issues, all of that, which he should had been helped by mental health services or something, to get this man some help from what, I'm just hearing a mental health breakdown. That's kind of like what I'm hearing.
You saw everything No, you saw everything, okay? This young lady right here.
Yeah.
Okay, what did you see?
What did I see? I was sitting up there, heard the young man that's on the floor saying, hey, I'm willing to die, I'll do anything. I'm willing to die. I'll go to jail. I don't care. And he was saying it so loud that everyone turned around. So that young man, he got belligerent and he tackled him down. He was tackled in the brown jacket, the one that just went past.
The guy in the brown jacket.
Yeah, you got to see the guy in the brown jacket. Yeah.
You got to the briefs here. You got a brown jacket, hand jacket. Take him to the briefs like that. And take it away. He took him to the ground. The guy with the brown jacket took him to the ground.
Yeah, he took him around and taken him to the ground. Not a hard chokehold, just enough to secure him. And the guy fought. And he kept holding him. All right. And then that's when everybody totally realized what was going on. These guys on drugs, because when he came in, he was unbelievably off the charts. He scared the living daylights out.
How do you put him bring him down to the ground? Pick him up and throw him on the ground?
I think he stood up, grabbed him, turned him around, and put him to the ground.
Meanwhile, someone over on.
Okay. So clearly, once again, I believe that Daniel Penny should be in jail because Daniel Penny knew this dude was out. Come on, if you know somebody is not moving, then you need to let them go. He knew that. He was having a mental health breakdown once again. The people was witnessing what was going on. You got to remember, in New York, places like LA, you have a lot of people on the street with mental health issues. And these big cities do not help these people, unfortunately. and they're allowed to roam around, and sometimes they hurt themselves, maybe possibly hurt others. He said he didn't care if he went to jail. Well, clearly he was dealing with something.
You're right, Twin.
I didn't hear none of the witnesses say that he actually attacked somebody or he hit somebody. He said what he was going to do, but he didn't actually try to put his hands on anybody. From what that's why I played that. Nobody said that he attacked this woman, he attacked this man, and then, Daniel Penny stepped in to, save this person because, it sounded like he was just talking crazy. That's what it sounded like to me. So talking crazy is a threat. Talking crazy, saying you don't care if you go to jail or whatever, and you haven't actually did anything that justifies his life to being taken. I'm just trying to understand that. And then the charges he had on him, he was let go of it. That's what I'm just trying to figure out. He was let go. And yes, I seen the video of them celebrating. Yes, I do actually have the video. I didn't know if I even wanted to play that here tonight. I have the video though. They were celebrating. They was happy. They was excited. And more so, it's not even Daniel Penny. Of course, he's excited because he ain't gonna go to jail. But I'm talking about the folks and what they're saying. So let me cue up Megyn Kelly. This is more so my point. Not Daniel Penny tonight, but the overall temperature of them. Let me cue her up.
Neely's side, he's sort of describing him as the victim. He wasn't the victim. He was the aggressor. He was the criminal on that subway car that day, who was seriously threatening other passengers. He had a long history of hurting them.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it real quick. Y'all heard the body cam footage. I played that for a reason. Okay, nobody said that he hit nobody or he said he was gonna do, but he didn't do it. Okay, so that's goes. But she called him a criminal.
And somebody on his side yelled out in the courtroom, "It's a racist country. Hello, madam or sir, that's not working anymore. You're going to have to find a new
It is a goddamn
I don't know what it's going to be.
You fucking slut. And that's why they let that bastard go. You kiss my ass and go suck a dog's dick, you raggedy bitch.
In some sort of weird, psychotic headspin for 4 or 5 years, and it's done. Trump's reelected, and Daniel Penny is acquitted in one of the most leftist jurisdictions in America, despite the fact that he is white and Jordan Neely was black. And they're still yelling, "It's a racist country, you fools, you absolute fools." And by the way, it's not just someone over on Jordan Neely's side. We had news coming into today that the outgoing chair of the DNC said his party is insane if they think the message of this election was to rethink identity politics. Double down, sir. Triple down. Quadruple. Do it. Enjoy oblivion. Enjoy your desert island where you have no one applauding anything you say and certainly no one voting for you. I look forward to watching you there. CNN reports that Neely's father also had to be escorted from the courtroom after shouting an expletive. Where was he? Where was he when Jordan Neely had dozens of arrests over the years, when he was punching 67-year-old women in the face? Where was the grieving dad then? I'm not sure. Now he's suing Daniel Penny. Oh, okay. You're going to get your money. Now you're totally behind your son. I don't feel sorry for you. I don't. Sorry, I don't.
Off the chart.
Okay, let me go back. Hold on. Let me start.
Aggressor.
Okay.
He was the criminal on that subway car that day, who was seriously threatening other passengers. He had a long history of hurting them.
This is a white bitch right here that will get a nigga lynched.
Now, she said that he was a criminal. Now, when you hear them say a black person's a criminal, you remember how you were saying for years until we stopped them from doing it. Every black person was a thug, right? Oh, he's just a thug, and we said no. Right. Thug is the new N-word. That's why y'all keep saying it, because they had people that never had criminal records, but all of a sudden when the police do something, he was a thug anyway. Oh, okay, all right. And then once we pointed it out that no, that's the new N-word, and we calling you out. Notice they don't say thug, the word thug no more. They don't never say that word. So it's using a criminal. Now, being black in America is being a criminal. Bottom line. And they of course, I told you the way they respond is gaslighting and whataboutisms. So they'll gaslight you when you say that and say, yeah, being black in America is being a criminal. Oh, what do you mean by that? Being black in America is being a criminal? Who's criminalizing you? And you literally have a 400-year history of being criminalized. Remember the black codes? Go back starting there, right? Or even in slavery, right? Or the Fugitive Slave Act. Anything we could think of that criminalized black people, sometimes just to even conversating. You understand what I'm saying? So this man, I don't care what he had on his record or what he was arrested for. We talking about that day, okay? And that day, he was having a mental health breakdown. That day, he didn't touch nobody. He said that what he was going to do. The only reason I'm going saying that is because of what the witnesses said on body cam. I'm not going off with nothing Megyn Kelly's saying, okay? It still doesn't warrant him to lose his life. But let's continue, because there's other things I want to point out with her.
And somebody on his side yelled out in the courtroom, "It's a racist country. Hello, madam or sir, that's not working anymore. You're going to have to find a new line." I don't know what it's going to be, but the BLM era is officially over. It's over. You had us in some sort of weird, psychotic headspin for 4 or 5 years, and it's done. Trump's reelected, and Daniel Penny is acquitted.
Now, I saw somebody say this in the chat, and I have to say the same thing. I agree with you. What Trump had to do with that case? Trump don't even like the New York people like that. The way that same Alvin Bragg's went after him. But I haven't even heard Trump mention this case, at least not yet. That's number one. So I don't know what, but it's not about Trump. She's saying Trump won. You can't use this erase the country no more. BLM had us. Trump won. Daniel Penny. Let me tell y'all something. Megyn Kelly and all you folks who's excited about this and you thinking that white supremacy is back on the rise again. The only reason Donald Trump won, I'm telling you the truth, why he won, is because black people sat it out. To teach the Democrats a lesson. And then the economy was screwed up. The gas prices were lower, the food prices were lower. I actually had money in my pocket, vacations. That's what everybody said. I don't like where the country is going in the area. We were hitting World War III. That's what people said. They did not vote for none of this, y'all this racism, white supremacy stuff. No. And I'm going to tell you something. You winning is on thin ice. Let me say that. Because if black people get pissed off and black people do what they do, they mobilize, they'll get y'all right back out of office. Don't y'all realize that? Don't take black people sitting it out or black people voting for the other side as black people approving of racism, white supremacy. Black people would never approve of that. Never. It's not going to happen. Every election is on thin ice for whatever candidate, because black people now are starting to understand their political power, and we make and break elections. We are the ultimate swing vote. Democrats can't win without us.
Does Blue Chew really work?
Man, bro, the first month is free. Just try it. It's all done online. It gets delivered straight to your door. And your partner is going to love it. Stop playing, bro.
Fuck the commercial.
And Republicans also basically couldn't win without us either. Because if we don't show up, Democrats lose. If we show up, Democrats win. That's bottom line. That's been proven. Once again, because black folks sat it out in Georgia is the reason why Trump won Georgia. They talked about that already. Because black folks sat it out in Philadelphia and Michigan and all those places, that's why Trump won a lot of those states. Don't think that oh my God, Trump got all these votes or whatever. A lot of black folks sat it out. And yes, more black folks voted for him. Once again, it's the economy. If y'all come up here trying to pull, you know, what I think y'all gonna want to pull, I'm telling you, the first thing would happen is the midterms would go. And then now Trump would be lame duck at that point. And then if y'all keep it up and the Democrats put a halfway decent candidate, they'll get right back in there. I'm telling you, that's what would happen. So instead of play it smart. Now, I haven't heard Trump say nothing stupid, at least not of yet. But Trump ain't got nothing to do with that. So I'm not putting him in it. But y'all act like y'all won the Super Bowl. Think about what y'all get it. Okay. Y'all get so excited about getting off of taking the life of another man. You have to be a sick. And the people I'm talking about is the people I'm talking about. You have to be a sick individual to be excited about getting a man getting or taking the life of even Kyle Rittenhouse. You're happy. Look at the wins you're celebrating. You're not celebrating no one in your community who's graduating college. You're not celebrating someone in your community who's feeding the homeless. You're not celebrating no one in your community who maybe ran in a fire and rescued some people or whatever. No. You're not nationally celebrating those people in your community. You're celebrating people in your community who take the life of a black person and get away with it. That's what you're celebrating. Think about that. And that's your culture. Y'all have to understand culture is everything. We don't discuss culture enough. And the term culture, I think I've learned more about the term culture and cultures when I've been on the continent. And in this country, we discuss race. It's not race, it's culture. They have a culture that's not ours. That's not ours. Now, they will say, well, y'all was celebrating with O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson didn't do nothing. And Johnny Cochran proved he didn't do anything. O.J. Simpson didn't take the life of that lady. We knew O.J. Simpson was railroaded. A racist cop, Mark Furman, planting evidence. Shit. Planting that glove and all of that. And even the story they came up with didn't even make sense. Especially if you know LA traffic. He's supposed to go from his house committing the crime like that and get to LAX in 30 minutes. How do you do that? How? That's not, I mean, if anybody know California traffic, especially LA traffic, you know good and well you need to leave early. I don't know nobody can get to LAX that quick. Maybe unless you was in a helicopter or something, maybe. But anyway, this is what they were celebrating. George Zimmerman, celebrating Zimmerman, right? Think about that. This is what they celebrate. But that's the culture. That is not FBA culture, for sure. That's not our culture. And that culture has proven to be very destructive globally. It's a destructive culture. I don't want to be around nobody that celebrates that. I don't want to be around nobody that somebody is celebrating getting away to taking the life of somebody. And we clearly saw on camera that could have been prevented. It could have been clearly prevented. Even when the other men came on the video, that's why I say I don't see how he got off. Now I heard, and y'all can confirm that it was an all-white jury from what I heard. And if it was, that makes sense. Are you saying, Phil, that white people can't give justice? The history of America show that all white juries cannot give black people justice, and if they do, boy, you got lucky. That's what this country has proven. And I want y'all to notice we've never had no laws on the books. You want to know why incarceration rate is so high as black people? Because they pick all white juries. And there's no laws on the books to say, oh, no. You got to pick a jury a diverse jury. I would say if the law should be changed where 50% of the jury should be the culture of that person. And the other 50%, whoever you want to throw in there. So, give example. 50% of that jury should have been of Daniel Penny's culture. 50%. Okay, if it's 12, 6 of them should have been. And the other 6 should have been people who represent New York. You have black people, Hispanics, Asians, you have Arabs, you have all kind of people in New York. How come other people aren't on these juries? And don't tell me that other people aren't called for jury duty, because that's a lie. When I went to jury duty, I seen people of all communities there. It wasn't just white folks. But they said that Daniel Penny, with the $2 million war chest he had a special person there who specializes in juries and striking jurors. And from what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, they made sure to get the black folks off that jury. They made sure of that. How is it in 2024 we still have all white juries? Like this the 1950s? That's why we got to have a higher. Do you know they have proven with one black person on the jury, just one, at least when a black person is a person on the jury, just one. And it's not that we see a black person like he didn't did so.
So you think you're stuck? We've got shake video masks. You can use.
But we will put another black person away if they done wrong. But there's some things that black folks like, nah, bro, that's not it, right? That's not it. And that's what they don't want, because they have to constantly mass incarcerate black people. You understand? Well, let me get back to this silly woman here.
In one of the most leftist jurisdictions in America, despite the fact that he is white and Jordan Neely was black.
And I'm glad she said that. Yes, we talked about that liberal New York, right? And that trial happened over there. They picked that jury. But what y'all don't understand, it don't matter. Like Malcolm X said, anything south of Canada is the South. In other words, this whole country has racism. There's differences in racism, though. You know, like say the North is what, separate but equal type of racism. Yeah, you know, you can have what we have, but have it over there. And then the South, you know, hey, white people don't mind you mingling with them just as long as they're above you. That's, I mean, but regardless, it's racism, period. And that Northern racism, in a way, I prefer the Southern racism. I do not like that Northern racism at all. As a person from the South, I'll take the Southern white folks all day long, all day long. Now look at it. Look at how some of them act on the West Coast. Then on the West Coast, you got them immigrants acting even worse than them against black folk.
And they're still yelling, "It's a racist country, you fools. You absolute fools." And by the way, it's not just someone over on Jordan Neely's side. We had news coming into today that the outgoing chair of the DNC said his party is insane if they think the message of this election was to rethink identity politics. Double down, sir. Triple down. Quadruple. Do it. Enjoy oblivion. Enjoy your desert island.
Ma'am, let me tell you something. If
this goddamn thing shit.
Actually listen. If the Democrats would listen, Megan, what you're saying, once again, y'all, your parties on thin ice. Trump is Trump. who's coming after Trump that kind of could talk like him? Trump is the ultimate troll too. He's funny. He's entertaining. He holds people's attention. Who in the Republican Party is like Trump? Let's really think about it, Megan. Who's going to come after now? Is J.D. Vance going to come after him? Will he learn from Trump and maybe employ some things Trump has done? Maybe he could have. I don't know. But the Democrats could still get back in there. They'll have to do a lot. And even the black people who sat it out, a lot of them are Democrats. So if the Democrats got on the right page, if the Democrats would actually give something to black folk, y'all in trouble. So don't get too comfortable, Megan, thinking that y'all is going to run the yard always. Like you let Trump ain't even got in there yet. Let Trump get some wins. Let Trump like solidify something first before you run off at the mouth. Silly woman.
Where you have no one applauding anything you say and certainly no one voting for you. I look forward to watching you there. CNN.
Brother Che. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're having problems here. Okay, so we're waiting for Brother Che to get back. Okay, so we don't know if it's, the links or what have you. All right, okay. We don't know what happened with Brother Che. Okay, so it might be some technical issues right here. Okay, because they do this here to us every time, when we speak about these harsh truths. So we're going to give Brother Che, about 5 minutes, okay, and we're at the 1 hour, 23 minute mark. Okay, but please check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced Tuesday. Oh, there he is. What happened to you, Brother Che?
I disconnected.
Oh, okay. All right, so I was responding to you there in the chat room. Okay, all right, yeah, I'm familiar with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima that came before Columbus. And also, too, I stated that the Fulani are native to Cameroon, but you got to keep in mind is that we didn't have the imaginary borders of, until the Berlin Conference. Okay, you state here that the majority of enslaved Africans were sent to the Caribbean and South America. Okay, all right, a lot of them was. But only a small percentage sent to North America. The regions of Africa that supplied the most enslaved Africans to the Americas was Senegal, Gambia, and West Central Africa. And Cameroon is in that region there, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Again, they didn't end up in North America.
Okay, but what I'm
4 to 6% of them ended up in North America, Shabaka. Majority of the slaves that were transported during the transatlantic slave trade ended up in the Caribbean and in Central and South America.
Okay, and then of course that your slave ports of where we came in at were New Orleans, Louisiana, Charleston, South Carolina, Annapolis, Maryland, and Miami, I think. But I don't think Miami had too many slave ports.
Mobile,
But
Alabama.
yeah, Mobile, Alabama for damn sure. Okay, and my family slaved in Alabama. You see, not too far from Mobile. Okay, New Orleans was definitely a large slave port, is because the slave trade contributed to the gross national product of Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken, up to about 40%. But that deals with that sugar cane too, is because that's where they, make your JD, your Johnny Walker Red, Jack Daniels, all the motherfuckers, man, who was got their asses whooped, man, in a Montgomery, Alabama brawl. You know what I'm saying? When the brother threw up the bat signal with the hat, and what have you. They say, and as you know, when you've been knowing me for a few years, that I will tell these crackers about themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then
yeah, so
always got to.
Yep. If you're a diasporic African, where can you get dual citizenship? Can you go over to Cameroon right now and say, hey, I'm part Fulani. Can I have dual citizenship? Can I have citizenship here in Cameroon?
No, well, see, those are the neo-colonialists, Brother Che. The neo-colonialists are on puppet strings.
If you're a
okay, you got the fan back behind you, Brother Che. I can't hear you. You got
I know. If you're
okay, now I can hear you.
If you're a diasporic African, then based off of that, everybody else that has a diaspora, right? Like they got an Asian diaspora, they got an Indian diaspora, they got all these different diasporas. They even have I guess you could say they have a European diaspora. All of those people have a nation they can go back to and say, hey, I'm a citizen of this nation. We the only ones that cannot do that.
Okay, well, as Malcolm X has said, Malcolm X has said in his autobiography, we were stripped of all that.
He said that we were aboriginals too. And
well, I don't know. Once again, man, you have to
really like that goes over your head, over their head. Like he literally said that we are the original people of the Americas. Malcolm X said that before he died, before he was assassinated.
Okay, all right. So could you give me the chapter of it, Brother Che, if you can recall? Because I'll pull it, because I got the autobiography right now.
I've shown you the stuff in the past, like.
Okay, then I'll go through our archives, man, and I'll look it up.
Okay.
Well, I'll go through our archives and look it up.
No, I understand why he's saying it. I'm trying to get. It just doesn't make any sense because he's saying he's not an American. He's saying he's a diasporic African. And I'm saying, well, if you're a diasporic African, then what nation in Africa can you go back to and have citizenship? And the answer is none.
Okay, no, Brother Che, we still waiting on DNA results. Okay.
But the DNA results, Baki, are not going to dictate in the court of law that you could be a citizen in Cameroon. That's the problem.
I got okay, Brother Che. I got low regard for these courts of law of what we witnessed here of what happened with our man there. You see what I mean?
He can. Because he always saying we're not American, even though the dictionary literally says that the original Americans were copper-skinned people. That's us.
Okay, but sir, once again, hold on, Brother Che. Once again, I propose to you the same question. I've traveled through Colorado. I've traveled through Montana. I've traveled through Wyoming. I do not see the Native American women.
I literally keep giving you the same answer and keep going over your head, Shabaka. The answer
is Brother Che. I keep saying the same question.
And I keep giving you the same answer when you pose this question. The answer is the Dow's Commission. That's why they don't have the S curve. That's why they don't have none of that, because they are phenotypically Asian. They're not African. They're Asian. So of course they're not going to have the S curve. They're not going to have the shape of the sisters because they're not African. They're Asian. Their people came over here
Across the Bering Strait.
Across the Bering Strait, Shabaki. That's why. So you keep asking that question, but you already know the answer to the question. The Dallas Commission, $5 Indians, $5. Any other type of source to say that they were Native American so they can have access to the lands, because after Reconstruction, they said they found out that a lot of them Indian tribes own land and property to enslaved freedmen that they had enslaved. And when they found out that when the whites found out that they was getting all the land and resources allocated to them in the 1866 treaty, Shabaka, that Dr. Claude Anderson is always talking about, they lied and said for $5 they were Native Americans. For $5, they put their name on the dowels rolls, on the rolls. That's how the Native tribes do. They have a rolls, and if you get your name on it, then they consider you part of that tribe. And that's how they did it. That's why they don't have the S curve. That's why they're not built like the sisters of Africa or of America. They look like they do because they're Asian. Their phenotype is Asian.
Okay, but that's just it though, Brother Che. I've seen many of Asians, man, and they don't have no S curve at all, Paul.
That's what I'm saying, Shabaka. So you literally keep asking asking the same question, and you keep giving the same answer. You're welcome.
Man, what is that, man?
It's the fan, Shabaka. It's the fan.
Damn. Okay, it's the heating fan, right?
Yes.
Because it's 42 degrees here, man, and I'm cold as fuck, man, and I know you guys got to be in the 20s.
Yeah, it's 23 right now, Shabaka.
Ooh, shit.
It's the computer fan, Shabaka.
It's broken.
It has a big old crack in it. Where the fan is.
Keep the computer cool.
That's why it keeps sounding like that.
Tell them that to keep the computer cool. There's an internal fan, and it has a crack in it. It's broken. Simple as that. Say it.
I have said that. I've said that numerous times.
But you just said a fan. It could be any fan.
I've literally said it's the fan on the computer. I've literally said that shit like for the past like 5 episodes. I've said the same shit.
Hey, twin.
It was done.
Okay,
no, no, done.
Okay, Brother Che. Wait a minute.
Yes.
Let me see if I have it right here. Oh yeah, I got it right here. Okay.
What are you doing? It's interfering with this.
Brother Che. Earth calling Che. Earth calling Che. Earth calling Che.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right, hold on. All right. Okay, you said, okay, I got Malcolm X in front of me. Do you recall the chapter of where the X-Man said?
I pulled up all of that stuff and I sent it to you. Like we're like literally like going backwards right now.
Okay,
like,
hold on.
He literally says it in there. In the book, he says it, that we are the Aboriginal people of the Americas. He says that, but he says that in several speeches as well. And I've shown you the speeches. I've shown you where to find the speeches.
Okay, all right, well, hold on. Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Okay. Boy. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. All right, wait a minute. Okay, I never heard that kind of global black thinking from any black man in America. From Lagos, Nigeria, he went to Accra, Ghana. I think nowhere in the black continent's wealth and the natural beauty of its people richer than in Ghana, which is proudly to be the very fountainhead of Pan-Africanism. Okay, now, although he said this here in 1964, okay, okay, Brother Che, okay, you said you sent it to me. Okay, when you sent it to me, did you send it to me in the email, man, or did you send it to me on the phone? How did you send it to me?
I think both, Shabaka. But like, this is completely off topic, Shabaka. Like,
okay, all right, okay. Well, anyway, okay. Well, I'll speak to you, man, when we're off the air, and then I'll go through it, and then I'll go through the autobiography to verify it. I don't doubt your wisdom, but just I just want to get it, man, and make a note of it and what have you. Okay, but anyway, to sit up here and to listen to this stinking ass bitch who's talking about that race car bullshit, like the X-Man that said, man, and particularly this here with Jordan Neely, the time has come for separation, brother.
It's been time.
Yeah, the time has come for separation. Is because, these people hate us, man, because they cannot be us, okay? Hollywood and its bullshit of the negative imagery that they project of us, from the Jigaboo movies and all that old type of shit, you know what I mean? And then to find out that these white folks are not American, they damn selves. They're Europeans.
Exactly, Shabaka. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not even American in damn selves. We are original Americans. We the original everything. If we don't say black is everything and black is the original everywhere, then why would the Americans be any different?
All right, okay, what's our next subject, Brother Che?
So they found a boy that killed the CEO.
Oh yeah, the backpack dude, yeah. They busted backpack dude. His name is Luigi. He's sitting there in the New York County jail.
Yeah, correct, Shabaka. So
yeah, they got Luigi.
Got some prayers go out to the family of Jordan Neely, who did not deserve to die.
Jordan Neely
in the house and being in jail is not a death sentence, and it shouldn't be a death sentence.
Exactly.
And like you said, that could have been any of us. That could have been any of our family members.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Shame on you, damn white supremacists, you suspected white supremacists, and you damn white supremacist sympathizers that are sitting up here cheering this shit on and celebrating the death of another unarmed black man.
Yeah, who weighed less than 120 pounds. And this white bastard, man, was tipping the scale at every bit of 209. I could tell that just by looking at him. See?
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air just seconds away from the arraignment, apparently, in Western Pennsylvania, Central Pennsylvania, for the so-called person of interest in that CEO killing.
Oh,
you see him there. This is the first image that we're getting of Luigi Mangione. Look at this. Our teams outside court just got this. So this is him walking in, ready to be arraigned. Taking a moment here, the first time that we are seeing this person since that 5 or 6 day manhunt ended. After that shocking, targeted killing of Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan last week. The CEO of UnitedHealth, Luigi Mangione, 26 years old, a Penn grad, somebody who had potentially, he certainly was found at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. He was found, police say, by an employee who recognized him, who called police saying that he was acting suspicious. And police found a number of items, they say, in Altoona on his person, in his backpack with him. They found this, the so-called ghost gun, police say, that may have been created using a 3D printer. We don't know who actually created it. Police say it's consistent with the one used to kill Thompson. They found a 3-page handwritten manifesto showing Mangione had what they call ill will toward corporate America. They found multiple fake IDs, including this one from New Jersey with the name Mark Rosario on it, obviously a fake name, according to police. Investigators right now are digging into whatever they can online, including, and this is some new reporting here from NBC News, as you take a look at this image here. This is, of course, Wednesday in New York City in Midtown, the day the shooting happened. Investigators are, we understand, now looking at an online post, including a picture he put up of an X-ray of a person's back with screws in it to see if that is related to all of this, to see if that was Mangione's back, or relatives, for example. That's according to 2 senior law enforcement officials. Why does that matter? Because it may be another clue, potentially, on any motive here. Stephanie Gosk is live for us in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Tom Winter, Danny Savalos are with us as well. Steph, let me start with you here. That first look, of course, at this so-called person of interest. Talk us through. Arraignments are typically very quick, right? Any expectation that this is going to be any different?
Yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, it's really important to say that he has been arrested on unrelated gun charges. He has not been charged yet in the murder of CEO Brian Thompson. But as you can see, he's being walked into the courthouse for an arraignment. It's unclear whether he's going to plead yet in this moment. Maybe he does. That's what we're waiting to find out. His day ending very differently than how it started, Hallie. He was here at this McDonald's eating breakfast, and one of the employees saw him, clocked him, thought he was looking suspicious, and called the police. And the NYPD say the breakthrough in this case really is because of those photos that were released, especially the photos where we saw the face of the suspect. You know, those images of him checking into the hostel with that smile on his face. Then, as you say, when law enforcement showed up here, he showed them a fake ID with the name Mark Rosario on it, a New Jersey ID, the same one that he used to check into that hostel, Hallie.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
HoneyBook completely changed how I do business. I'm a photographer and independent business. It's a fact. Running your own business is hard, but don't make it harder than it has to be. Get HoneyBook. HoneyBook brings my entire client flow under one roof. HoneyBook handles my proposals, contracts, payments.
This is the Ivy League graduate and valedictorian who police say is the suspected CEO assassin.
Luigi Nicholas Mangione.
Luigi Mangione is from a wealthy Maryland family. He was valedictorian at his graduation from a $40,000 a year private school with a carnation in his buttonhole.
It's been an incredible journey, and I simply can't imagine the last few years with any other group of guys. Thank you.
He is now a data engineer with a degree from the University of Pennsylvania. This is a muscle-bound Mangione working at an office in Honolulu where he last lived. He is 26 years old and was arrested in a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, 100 miles east of Pittsburgh, and held at this local police headquarters.
He is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of UnitedHealth last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
A McDonald's employee recognized the grinning suspect from the surveillance camera images seen around the country. That employee then called 911. Police say he had a gun, a silencer, fake IDs, and what is described as a manifesto. That manifesto reportedly says of healthcare executives, those parasites had it coming, and I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done. This is one of the fake IDs found on Mangione. It's said to match the one used by the killer to check into a hostel in Upper Manhattan. He is said to be a big admirer of the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, responsible for a 20-year mail bombing campaign. Police say when he was busted at the McDonald's, he was carrying a gun he made himself with a 3D printer. His family owns 2 country clubs in Maryland. And is this a clue to an alleged motive? It's an image on Mangione's social media showing an X-ray of 4 pins in a spinal injury. It's unclear whether Mangione is the patient. The breakthrough in the case came as police divers continued to search a lake in New York Central Park for items dumped by the assassin. A backpack believed to have been worn by the killer was found in the park Friday night. It contained clothing and, of all things, wads of Monopoly money. Former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer believes the assassin wanted to send a message.
The Monopoly money symbolized UnitedHealth being a monopoly, but it was bigger than that. It was him showing his grandioseness, in my opinion, saying, look, I can taunt the police and they're still not going to find me.
There's not much funny about murder, but Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update delivered a half dozen one-liners about the assassin.
And it really says something about America that a guy was murdered in cold blood, and the 2 main reactions were, yeah, well, healthcare stinks. And also, girl, that shooter hot.
Beyond the laughter is one family's grief. UnitedHealth CEO Brian Thompson was laid to rest today. Now it seems as if the 6-day search could be over, thanks to an eagle-eyed McDonald's employee.
A McDonald's employee did something we ask every American to do. If you see something, say something, but most importantly, do something.
Well, he was knocking on, saying that it was a monopoly on a healthcare, which makes a lot of sense. And then not to mention
you want to
the fact,
skip this ad. I would too. But what if
skip, man. We start skipping your ad forever, man. You talking about
Told you?
bullshit.
There's
Fuck
a
what
skip
you
ads
selling,
for-
man. Get the fuck out. Thank you.
Breaking news. We're learning more about the man suspected of killing UnitedHealth CEO Brian Thompson. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was arrested in Pennsylvania after police responded to a tip at a McDonald's. Tonight, we're learning more about his ties to California.
Fox 11's Laura Diaz continues our coverage. She's live in Santa Monica. Laura.
Yes, all day long, reporters have been milling about here where a company that had employed the suspect was located. I can tell you one of the more interesting aspects of this case is the pedigree of the education of the suspect.
I'm honored to be speaking to you all today on behalf of the Gilman class of 2016.
That's Luigi Mangione, class of 2016, in a video obtained by the New York Post.
Many of the students characterized our class as inventive, in both imagination and initiative.
He's giving his address as valedictorian at the prestigious Gilman All-Boys School in Baltimore. Tuition runs about $40,000 a year. Mangione, who is now suspected of the brutal murder of healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, also had ties here in California. Fox 11 can confirm the University of Pennsylvania graduate from a prominent family also spent time at Stanford University in Palo Alto, California. Officials said in a statement, "We can confirm that a person by the name of Luigi Mangione was employed as head counselor of the Stanford Pre-Collegiate Studies program between May and September of 2019. But Mangione's career connections took him further south to the palm trees and beaches of Santa Monica. According to TrueCar, suspect Mangione worked for the Santa Monica-based firm. They said as of 2023, he was no longer an employee. Meanwhile, in New York on Monday.
At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson. Officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset.
We are, of course, learning more about the suspect. According to the FBI, his last known address was in Honolulu. Laura Diaz reporting live from Santa Monica, sending it back to the studio. Alex and Christine.
This killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero.
Breaking news at 5, a week-long manhunt ends with an arrest in Pennsylvania. Luigi Mangione is considered a strong person of interest in the killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The 26-year-old was arrested at a McDonald's.
Welcome to the Fox 11 News at 5. Simulcast on Fox 11 Plus. I'm Christine Devine.
I'm Alex Michelson. At the time of the arrest, Mangione had a gun believed to be the one used in the murder and a manifesto criticizing the healthcare industry. Fox's Connor Hansen live with us tonight from New York. Connor.
Alex, just a few minutes ago, that person of interest went through his arraignment, charged with crimes related to the weapon and the fake ID police say they found in his bag. And of course, this all started today when an employee at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania noticed him sitting there and recognized him from those pictures that have been circulating all over since last week.
Earlier this morning in Altoona, Pennsylvania, members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges.
The NYPD says police found a so-called ghost gun and suppressor similar to the one used in the crime, plus a fake ID and a handwritten critique of the insurance industry.
We don't think that there's any specific threats to other people mentioned in that document, but it does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Detectives say he has ties to Maryland and Hawaii and might have attended college in Pennsylvania. Investigators had traced the suspect's path from a hostel on Manhattan's Upper West Side where his face was caught on camera. From there, they say he went to the Midtown Hilton, shooting Brian Thompson at point-blank range. The suspect was caught on camera again, riding a bike into Central Park, where police found his backpack and searched a pond for more evidence. Those publicized pictures were likely the key to cracking the case.
A McDonald's employee did something we ask every American to do. If you see something, say something, but most importantly, do something.
And Luigi Mangione is being held in that Pennsylvania jail without bond. Police will eventually try to extradite him back here to New York City to face more charges. Alex, Christine.
What do we know about the ghost gun?
Yeah, Alex, that's a really, really interesting part of this case, and it's already drawing more attention to the issue of ghost guns in general. But this is a gun where either parts could be 3D printed or bought from different parts of the internet and constructed at home. So it doesn't have a number on it, a serial number. So it's way harder to trace in these crimes, a major issue. In this case, it was a smaller pistol with some sort of suppressor attached to it, using 9mm rounds. And that will certainly help police connect this to the crime.
Okay. Shabaka.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, Luigi. Luigi's a piece of work.
Right.
Yeah, Luigi damn sure wasn't dumb. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I'm thinking is that his motive could have been that he's got those pins in his back that is probably giving him excruciating pain, or he might have had a loved one who went to this place for health insurance or put in a health insurance claim that they turned down, and maybe his loved one had transitioned. That's just a theory. That's just a theory, you know. But for him to go through these extremes, I haven't seen any indications yet that he had been paid to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
But if it was a personal reason that he did, this individual had caused this man some type of severe injury. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, some type of severe injury. How many more topics we got? Because I got to conserve data for the podcast tomorrow.
That's a lot more topics, Shabaka. We got to go. If you have to leave, we can leave, Shabaka. But it's still like at least like 4 or 5 more topics.
4 or 5 more topics? Okay. All righty. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to check out to make sure that we have the data for the podcast tomorrow. Oh, hold on. Let me get the link, for the podcast.
Already put it in the chat, Shabaka.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right, so what I'm gonna do, brother Che, I'm gonna bid you a good night because I'm in pain like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And in the pain that I'm in, and if that motherfucker's got them pins in his back, I know he's hurting real bad. You know? Okay, man. So I'll touch bases with you tomorrow, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, thanks for joining us, Shabaka. Have a good night.
All right. Okay, all right. Thank you for having me, man. And later for them ponies,
Broncos. We better hope we don't go to the Super Bowl.
man. Later.
I'm like,
okay. Now you do know, brother Che. Now you do know if the ponies with them GMO votes go to the Super Bowl and lose, I'm not gonna let you live it down.
Well, Shabaka, you have no room to talk because y'all last time y'all went to the Super Bowl, y'all lost.
The Raiders, sir, the Raiders is garbage. Fire the whole goddamn staff from the general manager on down. Fire the whole fucking team, man, and get the first round draft pick, and then hopefully we can get some other picks too, and hopefully, man, we can get some people who got traded off the other teams, you know, within the draft, like how they give up the first round draft.
That's your best bet is to get that first round draft pick.
Yeah, and fire the goddamn coach. You know what I'm saying?
The best bet is to have you in the locker room and give the team a purple top.
Oh, wait, have me as the coach.
They don't let women in the locker room like that. Okay, ladies, okay. She wants the best.
Wait a minute, brother Che. You said have me as the coach.
That's what I thought Lady Che said. She said her.
Oh, so Lady Che said I should be the coach of the Raiders. Well, if I
she needs to go in there and give everybody a prep time.
Okay. Now, what I would do is if I can get Mark Davis on the phone, I'm gonna say, Mark, I followed you guys from Oakland to Los Angeles, back to Oakland to Las Vegas, and I really think that you are bullshitting me out of my support for these fucking bums that you got on there. These is bums, you see? You know. And then the general manager sent him on his way. But I think for the last two games that the Raiders got in regular season, they need to put Antonio Pierce on the bench, bring up the assistant coach, let him call the plays and see if they could salvage their team. And then if they win their last two games, depending on who they playing, and if he wins them, fire Antonio Pierce, keep that assistant head coach, give him the promotion. But these motherfuckers out here need some work bad, real bad. And only a fucking idiot would argue against that truth. Now, I know I'm not the most brilliant motherfucker, but I ain't no fucking idiot. At least I don't think I is. But may the ponies lose.
Broncos win. May the Broncos win.
And may they get busted for GMO oats. And let them get busted for GMO oats.
They're in a sunken ship. Don't nobody want them.
No, we sell ships on dry land. But we got to sell this motherfucker by the port. Huh?
And it's a steady sinking.
No, the ship on sunk. That's why, and the main motherfucker to blame when a ship sinks is the captain, right?
Yep.
So Antonio Pierce currently is the captain. He should go down with the ship. And then, of course, as you do know, that when a captain of a ship that goes down, the reason why it goes down with the ship is because he knows if his ship sunk and he survived, that he ain't captaining no more ships.
Yep.
They always had a captain go down with the ship, you know. Me personally, I think, man, the motherfucker's so full of humiliation of getting his ship sunk that he much rather go down with the motherfucker than go through all that ridicule.
Yep.
That's what I think, but that's just me. But what do I know? I'm just an old bastard. I don't know nothing. All right. Okay, Brother Che. Okay, so thanks for having me, and I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay. Have a good night, somebody.
All right, brother Jack. Okay.
All right, let me check. What are your thoughts on this Luciano?
Go back to where they lost this proposal the first time. And he's another suppressor. He's smart. So he just old. Nice rich white boy. A little with old money. Happy to see you.
Yeah, let's see if he gets off with influenza.
Judging, you could probably try to give the white tears matter.
I see the judge saying that he didn't know what he was doing. He don't need to be locked up for the rest of his life. He has influenza, like they did Brock Turner.
It's only natural for him to make a gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a 3D printer to do it.
Because the fucking healthcare industry is a monopoly in itself.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense. You gotta put a little program together for the layman, which really makes sense. But the one thing that doesn't make sense is his shooting accuracy. Why did you stop and eat? Why did you just get to go?
Yes, that the coast was clear.
And he's sitting in jail right now with no bond. Which is a good thing. That right there is a definition of flight risk.
Yep.
There's one other thing I had to say about him, and I forgot what it was. Oh, family, this is the time for us to watch and see how long it takes for the girl, I'm pretty sure it's a girl, the McDonald's worker, the call, for us to see how long it takes for him to get the back.
Oh, yeah.
That's the reward, right?
Yeah.
So this will go back to, black people calling the laws on immigrants. You see how long it takes to get $1,000?
Yeah.
Same thing. And now we can watch how long it takes to witness, or the person that called to call on the person of interest, how long it takes for them to get the reward. Oh. Real shit. No, they're going to find a way to interview that person. Maybe the next day or so. That person is going to be anonymous very long.
Right. It took about a week. It took them about a week to catch him. They've been on the run for like a week. It took them about a week to catch him.
Yeah. But it's just a matter of time when you just slip up. And McDonald's was the ultimate slip up.
Right.
He got you comfortable.
Yeah, he did.
Hello.
All right. So we'll keep y'all updated on this. Moving along. We got a DOJ update on Tyre Nichols' death investigation. For those who don't remember, Tyre Nichols was killed by the Scorpion unit down in Memphis, Tennessee. Which me and Shabaka and Lady Tab all said this appears to be a crime of passion. Main ringleader of the Scorpion unit this woman and broke up or whatever. She started seeing Tyre Nichols, and he felt some kind of way about it, and decided to have him killed. So we're gonna get an update on what Biden-Harris DOJ currently plans to do in regards to this. Yeah, it was all. It was only one or two, and they let the white boy off.
Morning. My name is Kristen Clark, Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division at the U.S. Department of Justice. I am joined by Reagan Fondren, Acting U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee. Based on a comprehensive investigation of the city of Memphis and the Memphis Police Department, the Justice Department has found a pattern or practice of conduct that violates people's civil and constitutional rights. Our investigative team includes career attorneys and staff from the Civil Rights Division and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and more than a dozen experts who specialize in police department management, use of force, statistics, and other areas. This investigation was comprehensive and exhaustive. We interviewed dozens of police department officers and many city employees, as well as hundreds of community members and local organizations. We reviewed hundreds of incidents, watched hundreds of body-worn camera videos, read thousands of documents, and conducted statistical analyses of police data regarding officer activities and enforcement. Based on this investigation, we found that the police in Memphis use excessive force, that they stop, search, and arrest people unlawfully, that their policies have a discriminatory effect on Black people, and that they discriminate against people with behavioral health disabilities. Furthermore, we are also concerned that MPD officers unnecessarily escalate encounters with some of the most vulnerable members of this community, its children. Many dedicated police officers in Memphis regularly risk their lives to keep people safe and to protect their rights. The practices I described, however, violate the Constitution and federal law. They harm and demean people, and they promote distrust, undermining the fundamental safety mission of a police department. The city and police department can and must correct these issues. First, the police department must stop using excessive force. Officers often make tough choices in stressful circumstances, but in Memphis, we have found that officers often use unwarranted, serious force in response to low-level violations or traffic offenses. For example, officers tackled a man and held him down by his neck for littering in a park. Officers routinely punish people who flee or don't immediately follow directions. Second, the police department must end unlawful stops, searches, and arrests. Without reasonable suspicion or probable cause to believe the people they stop have contraband, or are dangerous or are a flight risk, officers often frisk, search, handcuffed, or hold them. For example, police detained a Black man outside of a dollar store and struck him in the leg with a baton and pepper sprayed him in the face. Dollar stores in the area had seen a spate of robberies, but police had no reason to suspect that this man had anything to do with them. Further, without evidence that someone's car contains drugs or weapons, officers often tow and impound the vehicles. Third, the police department must stop policies that have a disproportionate effect on Black people in this community. We uncovered racial disparities that cannot be explained by differences in driving behavior.
Black and brown,
We found that MPD cites or arrests Black adults for marijuana possession at 5.2 times the rate of white adults based on data from 2018 to 2023. Police cite Black drivers for equipment violations like tinted windows at several times the rate of white drivers. And between 2018 and 2023, they arrested 121 Black children for disorderly conduct compared to just one child during that time period. Fourth, the city and the police department must stop discriminating in their response to people with behavioral health disabilities. When someone in Memphis calls 911 for a medical emergency, medical professionals respond. But if someone calls 911 for a behavioral health emergency, the police respond, even when there is no evident safety risk. One woman encountered police officers 169 times over 5 years. In nearly 95% of these encounters, there were no criminal charges. Instead, police brought her to hospital care. Crisis intervention teams began in Memphis with officers specifically trained in responding to behavioral health calls. Nevertheless, we found that even these officers still used force without justification and without first trying to resolve situations peacefully. One crisis team member acquired the nickname Taserface for his inordinate use of the tool. These team members routinely escalated encounters and used unnecessary force against people with behavioral disabilities, even children. Crisis intervention officers taunted, threatened, and used force against an 8-year-old boy with a history of mental health treatment. Children often suffer harsh treatment from the Memphis Police Department. Officers approach kids aggressively, they use profane language with them, and inflict needless, unreasonable force on them. In one especially disturbing case, a 16-year-old Black girl called the police to report that she had been assaulted. When officers arrived on the scene, she declined to hand over her phone. The police handcuffed her and she became agitated. The officers responded by threatening her. Ultimately, they grabbed her and pushed her onto the ground. This kind of encounter potentially harms our children more than the similar conduct harms adults, creating risk of serious long-term harm such as post-traumatic stress, diminished academic performance, or future delinquent behavior. The misconduct that we observe offends the dignity of Memphis residents. It creates stigma and trauma. The practical results of the police department's misconduct often include loss of transportation and consequently employment and separation of families. But let me be clear, these tactics do not make Memphis safer. Discriminatory policing erodes the relationship between the community and the police, making it harder for law enforcement to do their jobs to detect and solve crime or promote public safety. The violations our investigation uncovered stem from Memphis Police Department's deficient policies, supervision, training, and accountability systems. For example, the department uses traffic stops as a crime reduction strategy, but has not adequately supervised those traffic stops or meaningfully assessed whether this approach actually reduces crimes or violates rights. Further, officers lack clear guidance on what they can and cannot do. Supervisors have ignored or excused clear legal violations. The department does not conduct thorough, objective investigations into alleged misconduct. And when it does identify issues, the process undermines findings and minimizes misconduct. The city has noted the cost of police reform and consent decrees, but the pattern or practice of constitutional violations our investigation identified costs the city too, and will not be stopped by hopeful words or preliminary changes. Achieving meaningful constitutional policing reform costs time and resources, but not implementing systemic reforms also imposes enormous costs in terms of citizens' rights that are trampled, personal and financial injuries and deaths due to excessive, unnecessary use of force, cost in diminished public safety and millions of dollars in legal judgments against the city due to constitutional violations. When the Justice Department works with police departments to achieve reform, these costs decrease. For example, our work in cities such as Seattle, Albuquerque, and Baltimore has led not only to declines in use of excessive force, but also reductions in violent crime. We stand ready to continue working with the city. The people of Memphis deserve fair, transparent, non discriminatory constitutional policing, nothing less. We are prepared to work together to write a new chapter for this city. But make no mistake, the pattern or practice of misconduct that we found in Memphis must end. And federal law authorizes us to sue for an injunction if necessary to accomplish that objective. Ensuring lawful, non discriminatory, transparent, and effective policing is a top priority for the Justice Department. Let me now just talk about the sum total of our work. Since January of 2021, the department has launched 12 pattern or practice investigations into law enforcement agencies. We also are enforcing 16 pre-existing agreements with law enforcement agencies across the country. These collective efforts are resource and time intensive, but have fueled real reforms, including most recently in Seattle, Baltimore, Albuquerque, and more. I want to thank those in Memphis who worked with us. I want to thank the leaders, advocates, and family members who provided helpful information during our investigation. Memphis is the heartland of civil rights advocacy, and the people of Memphis deserve to feel safe. They deserve to feel safe in their homes, their neighborhoods, their cars, especially when you encounter police officers. I'll now turn the floor over to Acting U.S. Attorney Reagan Fondren.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Clark. My name is Reagan Fondren, and I am the Acting U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee. I stand before you as a native Memphian. The city is my home. I love Memphis, and I am committed to doing the work that it will take for our city to be a safe place for all people. We have a long history of civil rights organizing and community engagement. Those who marched for civil rights, sat in at lunch counters, and kneeled at churches sacrificed so that we would live by one rule of law, so that the same law would apply to all people, regardless of race, gender, or socioeconomic background. When the Department of Justice opened this investigation in July of last year, we promised to be thorough and objective, to follow the facts wherever they lead, and that is exactly what we did. This process and these findings uncovered one thing on which I believe we can all agree. Our city has a lot of work to do. The resounding conclusion from this investigation is that there is a significant disconnect in the culture, communication, and directives that drive our city's law enforcement and the lived experiences and perspectives of the citizens of this district. It is a disconnect that erodes trust and makes our community less safe, but it is one that we have the power to fix. Memphians are rightly concerned with the gun violence and violent crime. They are also rightly concerned about the collective approach that we must take to tackle these issues. A collective approach includes law enforcement and citizens. Investigating and solving crime requires cooperation and engagement from the community, partnering with community members and responding to the problems that they face. It requires the community's trust. Without that trust, policing becomes less effective and far more dangerous for both officers and the people that they protect. That is why it was crucial that DOJ investigators hear directly from community members about their interactions with officers, the effect of MPD's practices, and their views on public safety in Memphis. The investigative team conducted extensive community outreach, including holding in-person and virtual community meetings. The team met with community members, advocates, union officials, criminal defense attorneys, prosecutors, judges, and service providers. We are grateful for everyone who shared their experiences and perspectives with us. We could not have completed this investigation without you. As part of this report, we recommend remedial measures to address the violations we found. These measures include improvements to policies, training, supervision, and accountability. These measures are just a starting point, a framework for a more detailed set of changes. We are committed to working with Mayor Young, Chief Davis, the Memphis Police Department, and our Memphis partners to move forward. I hope that there will be ongoing conversations with city leadership as to our next steps. To their credit, they did not wait for our findings report to make changes. Last year, before we opened our investigation, the city and MPD released hours of unedited camera footage of officers' encounter with Tyre Nichols. MPD swiftly fired 7 officers, and Chief Davis disbanded the Scorpion unit. Mayor Young has been transparent about the importance of a comprehensive approach to public safety, effective coordination among city agencies, and partnership with community members and public safety efforts. As we move forward, you can still expect our team of federal prosecutors to take on tough cases, whether those involve violent crime, drug trafficking, illegal guns, national security, hate crimes, or holding people in authority accountable for violations of the law. We will continue to work with law enforcement agencies, including MPD, to enforce criminal law and keep people safe. We look forward to working with the city, MPD, and the community to ensure that the city and police department protects the rights, safety, and dignity of all of its residents.
Okay, well, it looks like they're making some sweeping changes. That's a good sign.
The mission of the Department of Justice is to protect civil rights for all people. So the career employees of the Department of Justice, the federal prosecutors of the United States Attorney's Office will continue that mission through any administration.
I will underscore that the city has been very cooperative during the course of this investigation. So we look forward to working with the city to figure out our next steps. We are pleased that the city has brought a collaborative spirit to this process to date, and look forward to figuring out how we can work together to address the very severe violations we have identified.
My question is, the city of Memphis has said that they will not negotiate. First of all, they're saying I think they come this back.
Sorry, I was about to hear the questions they asked them, but they asked them questions. Just the presses.
Our goal ultimately is to fix the problem. Our goal is to ensure fair, constitutional, and non-discriminatory policing for the city of Memphis. We hope to work with the city to implement the necessary reforms, to implement the remedial measures that have been recommended in the report. The city now has the report and can review it, and we hope to meet with them to move forward in the future.
We follow the facts and apply the law. Here we were exhaustive. I mentioned the countless, body-worn camera footage, video that we reviewed, interviews that we conducted, documents that we examined, data that we analyzed, experts that we worked with. We left no stone unturned during the course of our investigation. And the report that we are publicizing today lays bare the extent of the findings of violations of law that we have uncovered. This is not a new issue. In every jurisdiction where we have uncovered violations of the Constitution and federal law, we've been able to work cooperatively with officials to figure out how to correct those violations. And we're confident that we can do the same here in Memphis.
I'll start with saying that prior to the institution of this investigation, they did begin making changes as we referenced. The investigation, however, does not reveal small changes that need to be made. They are a pattern and a practice, which requires significant changes and significant investments in reform. We will continue to speak with city leadership, lay out our plan for their ability to institute these reforms, and we will see what the city's response will be.
The statute that we are using here, 34 USC 12601, authorizes the Justice Department to file suit. So that would be the recourse. But we are very hopeful that we will be able to continue to work cooperatively with the city to address the very real and significant violations of law and the Constitution that we have uncovered. So I actually noted examples of success, examples of communities across the country where consent decrees have brought about significant change and transformation. In Seattle, for example, the police, after we came in and instituted a consent decree, the police have reduced the use of force in crisis incidents to less than 2% of encounters. In Baltimore, after the tragic death of Freddie Gray, they overhauled their fleet of transportation vehicles, data collection mechanisms, policies and training, and most recently only had 11 reported injuries during over 16,000 encounters. In Albuquerque, nearly 5% of the calls to the police are now diverted to Albuquerque Community Safety, which sends teams of civilian responders to help people with behavioral health needs. The police chief describes the consent decree as the best thing that's ever happened to the department. So consent decrees across the country have a track record of success, help bring about change and reform, and we are confident that a consent decree can help forge a new chapter for the city of Memphis. Yeah, we absolutely spent significant time with the rank and file of Memphis PD, participated in ride-alongs. We heard from them about the challenges that they face, the change that they want to see. So hearing from the community and law enforcement was critical to how we approach this investigation. And we provide an overview of what we learned from police officers in the report that we have publicized.
This was my life before Monday Dev. And this is my life now. Monday Dev allowed...
What's up? All right, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign. It's a step in the right direction. It looks like the DOJ stepped in and made some sweeping changes down in Memphis. So that's good to hear. Hopefully that can expand across the nation. Like I said, they have a consent decree here in Aurora, Colorado, and they still killing us wholesale out here in the sundown town where Lady Che lives. So Lady Che done passed out on us. Lady Che. Lady Che. Oh, Lady Che done passed out. But, yeah, I'm glad to hear that they just banded the Scorpion unit down there. And if you get rid of that damn chief, though, that chief, she's literally married to a pedo who got caught with child porn and all kinds of shit. So, yeah, we had covered that in our previous seasons of the Front Line Blacc News. So we can listen to our archives. We covered all of this stuff over the years. So, yeah, it's a good sign that they're actually looking into this and actually making some sweeping changes down there in Memphis. Memphis is really bad. Really bad. So that's a good sign. All right, I'm gonna move us along to Kamala Harris. Where are you damn Kamala Harris supporters at? Her staffers are coming out and telling the whole world how bad of a boss she was. So we have VP Kamala Harris staffer low-key blames Black women for their loss. Black staffers treated horribly. So she treated her Black staff horribly. Surprise, surprise. Not really. But Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
On the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, boy, they still talking about the fallout from the election with Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris, one of her main men, Quentin Folks, he put out a statement, and I've said this, I think, on African Diaspora News Channel, where they're going to put the blame on sisters for this election. And I love when I see it coming. Let's go on and play this clip first, and then we're gonna get into some other stuff. Well, let's play this because I already knew this was coming, sisters.
We had 107 days, and I know people don't like that time frame, that number, but to open up a Democratic primary, you would have had Black women, who were the strongest voting bloc for Kamala Harris, be highly upset if it was not Kamala Harris. You would have had someone starting with zero infrastructure. I hear your concern, and I'm not saying that primaries are not important and open primaries are important.
Right. So you saw that Quentin there was blaming Black women. Say, oh, Black women have been pissed and all this. So when have y'all, as a billion-dollar Democrat party, you did everything because of Black women? Stop blaming Black women. It was not Black women. It was y'all. Y'all picked the bad candidate. Y'all tried to do this in 107 days. Just admit y'all messed up when Biden got in the first time. Y'all could have had a primary and everything if y'all told Biden back then, nah, bruh, we don't want you. You need to finish your term. And then we have a primary, and then we have a candidate come up and all of that, and that'll be the end of it, right? Y'all need to accept what y'all done. It's not Black women's fault. Now, if they had to pick somebody else outside that, maybe some Black women have been upset, but look what you got in the result. A lot of Black women didn't vote for her. A lot. So, no, it's not Black women's fault. Now, let's get to something else that was going on that has nothing to do with Black women also. If we look up here on the screen here, and it says Black Harris staffers say they were mistreated on the campaign, and they blame leadership for taking the base for granted. Okay, so the allegations only came to light now because staffers were reportedly advised against speaking out. I believe that. So on top of blaming Black women, look how Black people is treated. So Black Harris staffers are accusing the campaign leadership of mistreatment and outright racial discrimination It's in a damning new article outlining numerous allegations against the now defunct campaign. Of course, New York Times published a story Sunday titled "How Alarmed Harris Staffers Went Rogue to Reach Black and Latino Voters." The story details a clandestine operation by some campaign staffers who ignored directives from the top and took matters into their own hands after feeling frustrated by the campaign's lack of sufficient effort to reach voters of color in Philadelphia. It said many staff members felt that Philadelphia's racially diverse neighborhoods were ignored. It said Black campaign staff members and political operatives said campaign leadership dismissed concerns that Democrats were taking their base for granted, which is Black people. It said as the election drew closer, the frustration with campaign leadership on the issue reached a boiling point, according to 30 staffers interviewed by the Times. It said after Ms. Harris lost, it said Black campaign employees set up a call to talk about career opportunities with Angela Rye. Angela Rye, huh? All right. It said political strategists and podcast hosts. Discussion quickly shifted as they shared their anger at how the campaign had treated them and how underfunded and haphazard their field operations had been in several battleground states, according to a recording of the call obtained by the Times. It says some staffers also reportedly peeved that the campaign did not hire enough people of color or contract with consulting firms that had Black or Latino owners. And so the Times cites staff members who alleged that many campaign offices in Philadelphia were filthy and lacked basic supplies like tables, chairs, cleaning products, and printers. Some campaign offices targeting predominantly Black communities were moved to upscale areas far away from the areas they were assigned to serve. It said the Harris campaign reportedly commissioned an internal survey which concluded that Black staff members were frustrated with campaign leaders and felt that their ideas were ignored at a rate far higher than their peers. Some complained of outright racial discrimination. The campaign's leadership was made aware of the survey's results. The staffers were reportedly afraid to leak these allegations to the press for fear of ruining future job prospects. It said the Times cited an all-staff call after the election hosted by Quentin Folks, the principal deputy campaign manager, who allegedly told staffers that talking to the media would hurt their careers. Oh, okay. All right. So Harris campaign spokeswoman Lauren Hitt reportedly denied that Folks had used that language or tone on the call. Instead, he counseled staff members against saying something in a moment of anger that could hurt themselves or the vice president. And said the article features Quentin James, and say founded a collective PAC, a group that focused on Black elected officials and voters that worked with the Harris campaign, who revealed frantic staff members in Philadelphia, Detroit, and North Carolina calling him in the final weeks of the race to say they did not have enough money to provide food or water to the volunteers. Now, let's get into this a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into this. Hold on, I think this kind of it there. It's not really too much more I need to get into, but I wanted to go through that to say this. Now, if Vice President Kamala Harris was a down Black woman, just down for the cause Black woman, do you think any of that would have happened to Black people?
No.
That lets you further know that she was not a Black woman. Because I don't see no Black woman racially discriminating against Black people.
Right.
Just don't see that. They mentioned Latino. I don't really see too many Black people discriminating against Latinos either. I'm just being honest with you. I just really don't. But this woman was not from our culture. Democrats, if you go run somebody else, for some reason they're supposed to be Black looking, you're going to have to get you an FBA. And you're going to have to get you an FBA that's a moderate, that's an economic populist. You're going to have to get an FBA that knows the issues, respected in the Black community, if you're going to do anything with a Black person. Because if not, you're going to lose elections by people sitting it out. Because the majority of Black people are not going to vote Republican. Some will, some more will vote Republican, but a lot will just sit it out. And sitting it out is not good for you. That is horrible on how those Black people are treated. And that Quentin Folks guy, he is the epitome of why people don't vote for Democrat. He is that elitist type, oh, well, this and that, and all the Black women, and like, what? That's why people don't fool with y'all. Black people don't want to see a bunch of pompous, elitist, I got this degree, I got that degree, I'm part of this organization, that organization, this fraternity, this for sorority, people talking because they don't really relate. And I'm not saying because you're in a fraternity or sorority, I'm not saying because you're in a group or organization that you can't relate to black people. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, people, when they get to certain levels and they become very elite, and they in certain organizations or certain things, they let the organizations they're a part of or their fraternity or sorority get to the head, and they get the big head, and they're thinking they're better than the rest of us in Black America. And when we see that, we got to say, hey, bro, hey, sis, you need to move around. Or if you're running something, we definitely not supporting it. Because one thing I like real people. Right. And I don't like fake people. Right. And we got to get back to having real people in these positions.
That's right.
Real people that's budgeting their money like everybody else. Real people that's looking at those grocery store prices. Real people that believe in economic populism. That's what we got to have. We got to have real people. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't have these real people representing us, then you might well choose the couch at that point. But the Democrats gonna have to get rid of all. Listen, Democrats, the elites got to go. The elitists, they got to go. It don't matter what culture they come from, what color, they got to go. You're not gonna win elections with that. You have no pulse on the people. But these people say they didn't even have tables and chairs and food. How are people gonna go out there and vote for you or work for your candidate and you don't have no food? You don't have no printer. You got to print supplies. You got to print flyers. Like what they had to go to Office Max or something and get it printed up themselves out their own pocket. All that money she's throwing around, you would think she'd get some tables and chairs, some food for the people. Man,
all right.
Did you give them some water?
Right.
I mean, that's messed up. So now you see why she lost. She didn't even utilize, like I said, she neglected her base. She neglected black people, and it showed. But on top of that, even I think if she would have paid attention to black people, if she was smart, they would have gave black people an anti-black hate crime bill. Yep. If they'd have gave black people an anti-black hate crime bill, then at that point, at that central point, the Democrats probably would have had a better chance of winning the election. But they chose not to do nothing for black people. And we know what the result was. But this has been like a pattern with Kamala Harris, because her last campaign that she had, we heard the same grumblings about she didn't treat people right, and it was dissension on the campaign. We heard with Simone Sanders that she wasn't being treated right when she was working with her, and she ended up quitting and leaving, right? So bad management is bad management. It's just that simple. Yeah. So that's a Kamala Harris problem, meaning she should not be a leader. Because a true leader understand you have to manage people, and you got to listen. You can give me $1 billion, and I don't make sure my people is taken care of. That if we're gonna focus on the community, we're not gonna prioritize them. We're not gonna make sure our people are good. They should have, if they there all day, they need to have definitely lunch. They definitely need to have breakfast and anything else that we need them to have. Right? And they need some snacks, whatever. Hey, it's cool. But didn't prioritize black people, and that's why you lost the election. Yep. Don't blame black women. Blame the so-called a woman y'all try to cosplay as black. Blame Vice President Kamala Harris for losing that election. It wasn't nobody else.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African.
Everything Phil just said about Kamala Harris and how she treated her black staffers horrendously or horrifically. I'm honestly not surprised. I've been telling y'all that woman hates black people. She's anti-black. She comes from a Brahmin class in India, which looks down and frowns upon black people, practice strong anti-black hatred in that country against the dark-skinned Indians, the Dravidians, now known as the Dalits or the Untouchables. So yeah, that does not surprise me at all. But I hope the Democratic shields see that y'all effed up. And the Democrats gonna keep losing until y'all stop neglecting your base. So that means you're gonna lose in 2026, so see it. 2028, so see it, and so on and so forth. Not playing with y'all. Not going on for something tangible. You're not getting our vote. Period. All right, so moving along. We ain't forgot about you Republicans. Y'all mugs, if y'all want us to vote for y'all gonna have to do something tangible for us too. So Sister Demetria K is gonna give us an update on that. The Republican Party also needs to do for Black Americans to earn our votes. So we're not just gonna put it on the Democrats. We're gonna put it on both the two major parties. Y'all want our vote? They're gonna have to do something tangible for us. Even the third party, y'all want our vote? They're gonna have to do something tangible for us. Period. So here we go.
Diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
I have a little public service announcement for the Republican Party. Just know that whoever controls the Black vote will be in power for a very long time. Now, what I mean by that is, if you go back into history, and listen, I'm not a history, buff or anything like that, but I know a little bit. Go back in history. During the 1930s, when FDR was president, he was struggling and he needed voters. Now, remember, he was a Democrat. And back then, Black people, we could still vote. It was suppressed, but we could still vote. Were mostly Republican, I would say. Well, his wife had a conversation with him. She said, honey, if you want to win, you got to include the Negro. That's kind of what she said, right? Because he didn't like Black people. In fact, he didn't even want Black people in the White House at all. I think it was Booker T. Washington that was going to go visit. And he was like, I don't want him here. But nevertheless, he listened to good old Eleanor. And he says, you know what? Okay. So he started to cozy up to Black people. And you got to remember, the Great Depression was still kind of going on then. The Great Depression took place in 1929. Everybody was struggling, but specifically Black people, as usual, right? They say when America catches a cold, Black America, we catch the flu. So he says, okay, great. I got this new program called the New Deal. It was like a socialist program, if you will, to help people out. And I'm going to include y'all. Now, the Republican Party then wasn't necessarily talking about that. So Black people said, okay, well, we'll see what we'll get with that. From that point, we started to become Democrats more and more. Then you bring in LBJ in the 1960s with his Great Society program that, you guessed it, it included Black people. And that's kind of where they got the stronghold on the Black voter. Now, of course, we know that neither one of those programs really helped Black people at all. We've been oppressed, and everything else you can think of ever since then. Although they try to tell us, well, that was for you too. Was it really? Was it really? Were we used to just get votes? Now, I say all that to say that they, tried to, I don't even know if they tried, to help Black people, and we've been loyal to them ever since, the Democrats. So I'm saying to the Republicans, if you actually implement things to help Black people, like for real, not that here's a little, piece of bread, none of that kind, like for real. Y'all know we want reparations. I know y'all don't want us to have it, but if you do something specifically for Black people and you keep doing it, not just because you need us, that's fine. We don't have a problem with a give and take, but it has to be a give and take, right? Because y'all seen our relationship with the Democrats. It's been give to the Democrats, and we watch them give everything else to everybody else. So I'm saying to you, Republican Party, if you really want to keep, where you at, because Black people, we change our minds really quick. I just want to keep you the buck with you. If you want to stay there and you want to benefit from the Black vote, actually do something for black people without the brainwashing that the Democrats did to black people. And there's still some of us that are still under the, the spell of the Democrats. They'll wake up eventually. But I'm just letting you know, if you want black people to become a Republican again, that should be a slogan, huh? No, I'm just kidding, then you're going to actually have to do something for black people. That's all I'm saying. But I'm also going to say this to black people. If they never do, we got to do for self. Regardless if the Democrats or the Republicans do anything, we still got to do for self. But I'm just putting that out there to the Republicans. If you like that, 13% of the black vote that Trump got, then actually capitalize on that by saying, okay, playtime is over. We want to keep them. Let's actually do something for them. Tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube.
Family and make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. Yep, I agree wholeheartedly, Demetra K. Yep. Any of these parties that want our vote, they're going to do something specifically for us. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. Or they're not going to get our vote, period. So, public plans, if y'all want to keep winning elections, y'all going to start doing something for black people, specifically. Y'all will end up like the Democrats just ended up with this past election. They neglected their base. They refused to do something specifically for black people. No! And they paid for it at the ballot box. So moving along, covered this yesterday, but I want to give y'all Professor Black Truth's take on the situation. Nick Fuentes, wicked white supremacist, Nick Fuentes was arrested for battery. Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Professor Black Truth. I haven't liked and subscribed to Professor Black Truth. What the hell are you doing? I've been listening to him for like 10 years, over 10 years now. And everything he says come to pass.
Fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. For a while I was thinking to myself that today's briefing could be saved for Friday's crime report. But the subject of this morning's briefing just isn't important enough to wait. Nick Fuentes, like most white supremacists, is a bottom-feeding grifter. And like all white supremacists, he thinks about black people all the time. He's got a fixation on black people, an unholy obsession. But I guess that makes sense, because after all, when you're a worthless excuse for a human being, why wouldn't you focus on people who are worth something? But Nick Fuentes is constantly talking about how dangerous black people are and how black people just keep committing all the crimes in America because black people are so violent and simply refuse to obey the law like he does. Well, don't look now, but the law-abiding white supremacist got himself arrested for a violent offense, battery in this case. See, what happened is he posted a video celebrating Donald Trump's victory in the election, and he said, from now on, it's your body, my choice, and also a bunch of other adolescent-sounding sexist taunts. That's not what you expect from Nick Fuentes. Well, this little display got on the bad side of a number of people online, so they doxed him. And apparently people have been passing by this guy's house, either honking their horns or otherwise making noise to disturb him. Seems that one of these passerby hecklers actually got bold, and she went up to his house, and decided to ring his doorbell. And that was when Nick Fuentes threw open the door, pepper sprayed her, knocked her down the stairs, and then smashed her cell phone. And as fate would have it, there were actually witnesses to this little display. And that's the reason that Nick the Felon Fuentes wound up with his own mugshot courtesy of the Thugs in Blue. Now, Nick the Felon Fuentes lives in the Chicago area, and he's had his fun talking about the violent nature of black people, especially in the Chicago area. And now he's one of those violent criminals. But the predictably violent nature of these anti-black racists isn't the reason that I made him the subject of this morning's briefing. You see, last week, you'll recall, I posted a morning briefing regarding the would-be resurrection of the quote-unquote Black-Brown Alliance / coalition, or as I call it, the coalition that never was. And that's important because this is going to be a dominant theme going at least into the next decade. You've had a whole bunch of individuals who, as far as they're concerned, they see an influx of immigrants as being a solution to the problem of the political demands that are coming from the black grassroots. And it's not just myself or other people in the New Voices of Black media who have been saying this. You've had a number of entities like these white think tanks who have been saying the same things. But when they talk about it, they try to limit it just to the white supremacists themselves and saying, well, because the number of Latinos in America is growing, the white supremacists think to themselves that they're going to be bringing more Latinos into their numbers to bolster them because they've been classified as white, et cetera, et cetera. But what goes unsaid is it's not just the white supremacists. It's just the dominant society in general. Because the part that they don't want to talk about is it's not a matter of these white supremacists are going to be giving some sort of engraved invitation to these folks who immigrate from south of the border, and then they're going to just be unwittingly duped. No. If you look at the history and the culture of these places, especially as it pertains to anti-Black racism, what you see is they were already on board with it before they even got here. There's a reason why there's so many, in fact, a disproportionate number of Hispanics who happen to be involved with, if not the leaders of these white supremacist groups. Like Enrique Tarrio, the former leader of the Proud Boys and now current federal convict, or Stuart Rhodes, who's also cool in his heels, courtesy of Uncle Sam. You'll recall that chump was the leader of the Oath Keepers. His mother is a brown-skinned mestizo from Mexico, so I guess he has that much in common with Nick Fuentes. And then you had that mass shooter down in Allen, Texas, Mauricio Garcia. That guy had himself tattooed with swastikas, to say nothing of the racist Latinos on the LA City Council. This is something that the Black community in general and the Black grassroots in specific have been talking about for a very, very long time. See, it's not just some unbuttoned lunatics on the far right that you find, or some online bloviators or groypers, as Nick Fuentes likes to call himself. But you also have mainstream politicians all doing the same thing. There's a lot of serious questions that need to be asked about the nature of what's been going on in Latin America for at least the last 100 years, but nobody's been asking about it. And yes, there have been literally one or two Hispanics who talk about things such as colorism and such. But the situation runs far, far deeper than that. Because when you look at who these individuals are, who you see running these little anti-Black and white supremacist organizations, what you find is that they're most likely to be involved in advocating for, if not carrying out, violence. And that factor is what makes the involvement of people like Enrique Tarrio, Stuart Rhodes, Nick Fuentes, and others qualitatively different. Precisely the fact that these guys make it a big point that they want to show everybody how willing they are to commit violence. You know, there's an old bit of popular wisdom that the only thing worse than a genuine gangbanger is a wannabe. Because the wannabe is the main one who'll be going over the top, doing the most just to show everybody how they're basically the craziest of the crazies because they're so genuine. That's what the wannabes will do. They go over the top trying to convince everybody that they're the real thing. We have a similar dynamic that's going on here. And it's not just a matter of Spain was allied with the Nazis during the Second World War. This goes far deeper than that. This has to do with cultural ideology. It also has to do with unresolved self-loathing. That's what's at work here. When you have a guy like Mauricio Garcia who's running around, a brown-skinned mestizo who's putting swastikas on himself and then running out committing a mass shooting, what that tells you is there's a direct connection in the minds of certain individuals between violence, especially over-the-top violence, and showing their willingness to express white supremacist sympathies and leanings. To them, they're one and the same. Well, at least they understand that much. White supremacy gained its position in the world through the use of unrelenting, unrestrained, savage violence. The white supremacists have always understood that violence is exactly how they intend to make sure that Black people are kept in line, or at the very least, it's how they intend to inflict some sort of punishment or a cost on Black people for daring to stand up for ourselves or to otherwise push back against our oppression. You want the white supremacists to take you seriously, you gotta show you're willing to kill for the cause. And that's the reason why violence and white supremacy are inextricably linked. You can't separate the two because they are one and the same. Now, to the best of my knowledge, Nick Fuentes has been bailed out, or otherwise he's back on the loose again, no doubt looking for his next victim. But the thing about it is, this is the kind of individual who the Stephen Millers and such would like to have around, to be their little mascot. And he would be only too happy and eager to play that role, but he wouldn't be alone. What Nick Fuentes is doing is he's showing that there is a deep-seated vein of anti-Black racism that is being taught not just by those who are quote-unquote classified as white, but also by other groups who are supposed to be allegedly minorities and people of color, and they're teaching this stuff in the home and teaching it early. Nick Fuentes is young. He's no boomer. Hell, he's not even a Gen Xer. In fact, he's barely a millennial. He was born in 1998. That means a couple of years more, and he would be Generation Z. That's who Nick Fuentes is. And this is a guy who was yucking it up with Trump not too long ago. So understand something. There's a reason why you don't see me running around saying that Donald Trump gets my endorsement for a vote. We should be voting for him. No. Let's not forget that white supremacy is based on duality. It's two-faced and fork-tongued. Neely Fuller told you about that. White supremacy believes in taking both sides of the issue, simultaneously standing for white supremacy while also taking some of these people who are not classified as white and having them as mascots for white supremacy or even acting as its open violent agents. White supremacy has always operated that way. What you see with Nick Fuentes is actually the beginning of what is going to be a second little white right mayhem spree of the sort that was seen during the first year of the Trump administration. So you need to be aware of that. This time around, it's not just going to be the Richard Spencers or the Matthew Heimbachs and other degenerates. You're going to also have individuals who are allegedly classified as people of color, or at the very least, who are definitely not quote unquote pure white, and they'll be out there doing the most. And we're going to have individuals who are going to be telling us that there's some sort of reasonable explanation for this. Oh, surely they're confused. We have to show sympathy for the Nick Fuentes and such. Oh, these poor downtrodden, confused individuals, they are victims of white supremacy. No, they are the perpetrators of white supremacy. These are the individuals who are promoting it. You saw how the voter breakdown went for Trump when it came to Hispanic voters. So understand that. Please don't go kidding yourself that just because the Democrats have made themselves persona non grata with black voters, that somehow that means that Trump is on the good guy's side. No, he's not. What Trump is an honest enemy. And while that's certainly better than a false friend, it ain't by much. So family, be sure to keep your eyes and ears open, because after the orange man gets sworn in again, I think it's going to be like 2017 with a whole bunch of these little white supremacists thinking to themselves that they're going to be calling themselves taking pot shots at black people. But it's not just going to be your blonde-haired, blue-eyed ones who are going to be involved. You're going to have individuals like Nick Fuentes who are calling themselves trying to be on the team and establish their bona fides. And then you're going to have other individuals like Enrique Tarrio who have decided that they're going to also be jumping in. Hell, you had the Hodge twins, those two goofballs, who recently had a sit down with David Duke of all people. And they were just sitting there yucking it up. You can find it on YouTube if you're so inclined to that kind of self-abuse. But while they had the Grand Wizard on their little podcast, they thought it was cute to sit there and say, we're going to give you an N-word pass. And then they handed him a so-called card which read N-word pass in all caps on it. Now, interestingly, it was David Duke who said, well, I won't need this pass because I never used the N-word. Then again, neither did Thomas Jefferson. He just went ahead and did it. But the thing about it is, this is the situation that we're going to be looking at. A lot of these individuals who have been calling themselves being critical of the Democrats, they're going to be also telling us that we should let them have a pass for all of this garbage that's going to be going on. And we cannot. You will see, as we've seen before with Enrique Tarrio standing around with Stuart Rhodes and others, you'll have these so-called brown Latinos or even the quote-unquote black ones who will tell you that they're not on the side of white supremacy. Well, I'm not even classified as white myself. And then first chance they get, they'll be sitting there saying, white, Caucasian, identified, look at my driver's license, I'm white. That's what happened with Enrique Tarrio when he got arrested. And the same thing goes for these Hodge twins and such. These guys sit here and claim to be one thing when they're in front of you, and then there's something else entirely with everybody else. And they'll be the main ones who try to have it both ways and say, well, we call ourselves black and we ain't got no problem with the N-word. It's just a word. Yeah, because words don't actually mean anything, do they? Nick Fuentes tried that. He was saying that he was just making jokes, but people took him very seriously. And he's also the same guy who whines and complains constantly if a black person says something that he doesn't agree with. So let's knock it off with the words don't really mean anything, they're just hot air. No, words tell you all about people's intent. And that does have real meaning because the intentions can be quite threatening. So be sure to keep your eyes and ears open because this is the situation that we're going to be stepping into. Because when it comes to black people, you better believe that these little white supremacists of whatever stripe they may be, when they come to attack us, it's not going to be with pepper spray. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Jacques Hargett, Eric Bailey, Federica Moore, Russell Richardson, and Black Voltron Reloaded. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Roland Martin, without a shadow of a doubt, is a...
Hold on. So yeah, to hell with Nick Fuentes and his ilk and all them motherfuckers that want to be honorary Caucasians, honorary Aryans. To hell with y'all. There's no camaraderie. We have no camaraderie with you. We have no solidarity, no nothing with you. You are an enemy, and you will be treated as such. We don't care how many so-called black friends you have, black family, all of that. You practice an anti-black hatred. You practice an anti-black racism. You're going to be called out for such. No passes given. We don't care what you look like. Come with that bullshit, you're going to get checked on it, period. And we're going to keep our power tools at all times. Moving along to another shield. Another mug that's auditioning for more butter biscuits. Roly Poly Martin. He is still shelling it up for the Democrats. As TV puts it, he's still twerking for Biden after being disrespected. So the DNC completely disrespected this clown, and he's still sitting up here tap showing and doing the jig for Master. So we're gonna cover that. And this bastard got with $350,000 from Kamala Harris campaign for what? Anybody listening to you, Roly Poly? You don't influence nothing. You're a perfect example of what not to be.
Bona fide Hall of Fame tap dancing shill for the DNC. He is a bona fide first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay, nobody tap dances for the DNC like Roland Martin does. Okay, like now I go hard in the paint for Big 47. Okay, but don't nobody go harder in the paint for the entire political party of the Democrats like Roland Martin does. And I want to get into some of that right now. Now, what we're getting ready to watch, for those of you who don't know, which I'm sure some of you do, but maybe some of you don't know, there is a show on MSNBC, it's trash, that's called Morning Joe, hosted by Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, husband and wife couple. And when Trump won the election in a bloodbath, just completely annihilated Kamala Harris because she was trash and garbage herself, you know, what happened was that not only, I think maybe no less than a week later, a week out, the ratings of MSNBC just fell like a brick out of the sky, right? All the shows like Joy Reid's show and Rachel Maddow and stuff like that, all these shows, the ratings plummeted literally over 50%. And in an attempt to save their failing show, the cast of Morning Joe, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, they went to meet with Donald Trump. And they went to meet with him basically to bow down and kiss the ring. They went to meet with him, bow down and kiss the ring because they were reading the tea leaves and they said, okay, in order for us to survive, we're going to have to make good with Trump and keep that line of communication, that door open so that we can grab those interviews and put them on the show and they can boost the ratings up, okay? And then maybe we can get some of them conservatives over here to watch us as well because the liberals that were watching us have all left to go to Fox News. I'm not making that up. Like, that's literally what happened because the ratings for Fox News a week after the election shot up like 60%. So now, fast forward to the present day, ever since Joe and Mika admitted on air that they went to meet up with Trump, they have been getting destroyed by the liberal media, been getting completely annihilated, okay? And what we're going to watch here is Roland Martin speak on this. And, you know, basically he's going to go into all this nonsense about how I'm not going to bow down and kiss nobody's ring. But in the midst of him saying this, it really highlights, he's going to say something very specific that I'm going to pause on. He's going to say something that's so ridiculous and stupid. And it highlights, honestly, just how unintelligent he actually is, despite the fact that he fools a lot of people into thinking that he is. So let's jump into this right now really quick. I'm going to play this all for you guys, and let's just listen to what he has to say.
I just want to be as clear as I possibly can. We ain't kissing no Trump MAGA ass.
Come on now.
We ain't kissing no ring. We ain't bowing down to nobody.
Take that dumb hat off, bro. It still like a clown. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me just go. Jesus.
I want to be as clear as I possibly can. We ain't kissing no Trump MAGA ass.
Come on now.
We ain't kissing no ring. We ain't bowing down to nobody. I told y'all what happened when he had a meeting with the TV anchors and I was invited to it. And they invited me to 3 of them. I made 2 of them. Biden people never invited me to 1.
I'm going to keep it rolling, but that's what I wanted to highlight to you. He's sitting here dragging Big Homie 47, okay? Big Homie Don, Big 47. You're dragging him, talking about how I'm never going to bow down, I'm never going to bend the knee, I'm never going to kiss the ring. You're saying all of this stuff just to turn around and tell us that he himself has invited you out to about 3 events concerning like him speaking with the press, and he like wanted you, in your company to come out there. He said, yeah, you come through too. But then in the same breath, you're telling me that Biden has never invited you out one time? Not one time. But you're still taking the position of defending Biden, despite the fact that he never once called you to come through to holler at him? That is completely psychotic.
Right.
That is completely psychotic, what he just admitted. It's psychotic and sad, just like how his face looks right here.
Right.
Old droopy face looking boy.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But what's scary, what's sad and unfortunate is, in all honesty, if we're being honest, you think about it, this is the mindset of the average Black Democrat. Oh, I know some of y'all got mad if you Black Democrat and you stumbled. Oh, I'm not. That's not like me. I'm not like that. Yes, you are. Because in the face of facts and reality showing you that the DNC does not care about you at all, you tap dance and go hard in the paint for them. Hard in the paint. Just for you to not even get an invite now one time to go holler at Biden is crazy work. And you're still going hard in the paint. Tap dancing your little soles off your tap dancing shoes, dragging Trump, who done invited you out 3 times, and you were only able to make it 2 out of the 3. But he said, hey, come through, bro. I don't even rock with you like that. But come on, come through. Come talk to me. What you want to talk about? Holla at me. Come to this little press junket, and I want you, Roland Martin. And not one time did Biden say, come holla at me. Not once. That is crazy. And in the face of the reality that they don't care about you, you still support and vote for them anyway. That is the mind of the Black Democrat right there. Black DNC mind 101. I can see that they don't love me. I can't say don't love me because I don't care about love. Lord have mercy. But they love. Okay, they love. But I can see that they don't rock with me, right? I can see that they don't actually support me at all. And despite all this, I'm still going to go vote for them. I'm still going to give them all my support. And I'm just going to hate Trump and any Republican no matter what. If voting blue isn't a religion in the Black community, I don't know what is. That is a religious mindset. That is religion 101. Okay? So let's let this play a little bit more. Let's hear a little bit of what he had to say. But I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's just let it run.
Just saying. So
You're dumb, dude. This guy's dumb. How many of you guys remember? It was when Trump when Biden first got in office in 2020. He had first got in office. And I did a video about it on the main channel clowning him. Biden gets in office, and what was supposed to happen, dumb face, what was supposed to happen was that all of the black news outlets, right, the black news, media groups that exist, right, if that's what you want to call them, like I guess Black Enterprise, I think that's still around, and Roland Martin and whatnot, they were all supposed to get C19 ad money, right? Basically, we're going to give you this money to run ads about C19 and, getting the, and all that kind of stuff. So they were supposed to receive ad money from the Biden administration. How many of you all remember this story? They played their part to get Biden into office, the Roland Martins of the world and Black Enterprise and whatever other black media outlets that exist that are supposed to be black media outlets. And Biden didn't give them their money. How many of you all remember that? If you remember that, please tell the people about it in the comment section below. Just say, I remember that. Tell me you remember that. They tap danced and went hard in the paint for Biden. Just for Biden to get in the office. And he didn't run them that money. He said, I'm going to break you guys off so many C19 ad dollars when I get in. Just go hard in the paint and make sure that I win. Then when he gets in the office, what did he do? He didn't give them the money. And to this day, you can go on his Twitter page and do like a little search on Roland Martin's Twitter page, and you'll see he was ranting and raving. He was so mad. I think he might even did a show about it. He was pissed off. And the Biden, they were supposed to give us C19 ad dollars, and we didn't get our ad dollars. And then he was going off. Yeah. Yet and still, he still supports them. Still. How many times do you have to get slapped in your mouth for you to realize that they don't care about you and they don't rock with you and they don't want you to prosper? That's crazy, man. But let's go. Let's just let it play some more.
He had a meeting with the TV anchors, and I was invited to it. And they invited me to 3 of them. I made 2 of them. Biden people never invited me to 1. Just saying. So Trump walks in. Normally when the president, I don't call him the president. The president walks in, everybody stands up, they move to him. Everybody moves to him. I like that Simpsons meme. I fell backwards. So I was standing there, and I was sitting there going, I was like, well, I ain't gonna call his ass Mr. President because he ain't got no respect for the office, so I can't call him President Trump. Not gonna happen. And I was like, I can't call his ass Mr. Trump.
Look how goofy, clownish, and disrespectful this dumbass is. And the only reason I'm talking about him like this is because this is how disrespectful this asshole is. Roland Martin is a very disrespectful jackass, right? Very disrespectful and very rude person, very nasty person. So you're telling me that Trump invited you to come speak, and now you want to be cool? Well, I was like the Simpson meme. I just walked back. Everybody was going up to him, but I just walked back. And I didn't call him Mr. Trump. I didn't call him the president because he don't respect the white. He thought enough of you to invite you out, and you disrespect him. Yet Biden disrespects you religiously, and you slurping that man. You a whole goofy, bro. This man is a whole goofy and a whole clown. You glazing Biden crazy. Krispy Kreme all over your face, boy.
So I'm like, damn, what I'm going to say so he's shaking everybody's hand, and he get to me and stick his hand out. Hi, good to see you. Good to see you. I went, hi. Damn. That was it.
You didn't even touch it.
That was it. I wasn't about to sit here and call him by no title because he didn't have any respect for the office. So I'm not going to call you by the title of the office.
You don't even have respect for yourself.
Right. I'm not going to do it. So, yeah, unlike Joe and Mika and Morning Joe, we ain't kissing no Trump ass.
Because you kissing Biden's ass with Krispy Kreme all over your face because you stay glazing.
Ain't going to Mar-a-Lago. We ain't sitting down. He going to be talking to Kristen Welker. We already know how that interview is going to go. He going to run over her like a freight train.
No question.
But just as Rebecca said, if y'all want honest conversation about the truth, about what these yahoos are going to do 2 blocks from us, I'm telling you right now, when they come in here with their carnage, somebody has to speak truth about what they are doing, and that's going to be us. And we ain't gonna apologize for it. And we ain't gonna bow down to nobody. We ain't kissing nobody butt. It's not gonna happen.
Because you're only kissing Biden's butt.
Because you have to call out evil when you confront evil.
And that's why I just did a video about you.
Right. Yeah, the hell with Roland Martin and all the rest of the Democratic shills. I did all that damn tap showing for Kamala and Biden. They wouldn't even invite you to the White House to meet with them. They wouldn't even come meet with you. Y'all did all that goddamn shilling. Y'all, I hope y'all have all kinds of egg and glazed donut all over y'all face. Y'all look stupid as hell. That shit was ridiculous. This mother was crashing out behind this broad. And they wouldn't even invite them to the cookout, the meat and the fucking fish fry, and that fucking bullshit that these Democratic pundits and outlets be inviting these commentators to. They didn't even do that. Roland Martin did all that selling for nothing. But I guess he got a little bag, got $300,000 off the deal. So I guess he got something. And he got less than what Al Sharpton and Oprah got, though. So that's telling. And he ain't worth down. Roland Martin, you don't have no influence. You have no purpose. You just begging for a job. You just steady trying to get that job back with CNN. It's not going to happen. Just give it up, Roland. Give it up. So we're down to the last topics of the night. And since we did start the show with focusing on what's happening locally here in Denver lately, we haven't been able to focus on what's happening here in Denver and Aurora. So I'm going to give you all a brief update on some of the things that's happening here in Denver and the Aurora area. I want to go over this real quick. Say that one next. So, Punk Ass Johnston called himself trying to do something besides stand in the way of the mass deportations of the illegals that's going to happen next year. He has designated 36 stores and restaurants as Denver legacy businesses. He's like patting himself on the back behind it. So we'll play a little clip about that.
Been getting lifted and finding peace and forgiveness. I think anybody would say.
More help is headed to a few dozen local businesses here in Denver. Today, Mayor Mike Johnston and the head of the city's Economic Development and Opportunity Office announced that 36 new legacy businesses, including Bonnie Bray Ice Cream right here. The legacy businesses are all independent or locally owned. They have a brick and mortar location, have been open for at least a decade, and are typically businesses that bring people together and support their communities. The city provides them with marketing and branding help, along with training and technical help.
But mostly we love this as an aspirational goal for a young entrepreneur to, when they open a store or a restaurant in Denver, to say, I want someday to join the ranks of these legacy businesses, the folks that are the icons of the city who built the places we love the most.
Denver has now designated 85 businesses as legacy. A lot of them are restaurants and stores, along with some manufacturing facilities, gyms, and more.
So you'll find a new warning label of sorts on tobacco products in Denver.
Now they're trying to ban the flavored tobacco, y'all. They had several hearings this past month and last month. And now they brought it to the full council. So next Monday, they're going to vote on it. And punk-ass Johnston already said he's going to approve it. Unlike what Handcuffed did when he was the mayor. So he decided to veto it. So now Johnston's like, oh, I'm in full support of it. So they want to ban flavored tobacco like they did in California. They want to do that shit here. Even though we know, those that know in California know, you can still get that. You can still get it. It's just going to be under the table. But, or behind the counter. They can't have it displayed like they do currently in areas where this is permitted. So, Denver City Council is moving forward with potential ban on flavored tobacco products.
Not on the product packaging itself, but on the outside of stores selling it. Signs that warn customers those products may soon be banned in the city. Mark Salinger looks at Denver City Council's plan to outlaw flavored tobacco.
Of all the warnings that greet people buying tobacco, there's a new one outside that might be even scarier for customers.
I just think it's kind of, I just think it's stupid.
Signs like these at Smoker Friendly on Broadway warn of an impending ban on flavored tobacco in Denver.
My favorite flavor would be probably Blue Raz Ice.
Blue Raz Ice, and every flavored tobacco product in this store may soon be pushed out of the city.
We are committed to make sure that we pass this bill in 2024.
If council members like Darrell Watson succeed in passing their bill.
It would end the sale of flavored tobacco across the city community.
Tomorrow, City Council will take another step forward in passing the bill. Back in 2021, then Mayor Michael Hancock vetoed a similar proposal. Watson is confident there will be a different outcome this time, even if it means improving health comes at an economic price.
We're not unsympathetic to the impacts or possible impacts that this may have on some businesses.
The process has just been so unfair to retailers and distributors in the city of Denver.
Mary Zarmak owns Smoker Friendly with her brothers. The tobacco shop based in Boulder has 360 stores in 13 states, including 6 in Denver. That could change if the ban passes.
We already have a lease coming up and we've decided to move right across the street. We got a new lease and we're out of the Denver city limits.
She estimates 30% of the company's sales come from flavored tobacco.
The effect it'll have is we'll probably be looking for new locations.
It's a ban on flavors, or if you ask people like Stephanie, a ban on what people like.
It doesn't really get rid of the problem, just gets rid of what people prefer.
There's been a lot of money coming in from outside groups aimed at swaying this city council vote. An organization funded by tobacco giant Philip Morris is running ads that people should have smoke-free alternatives to cigarettes. Convenience Store Association for Colorado and Wyoming is also involved in the marketing against this bill.
So City Council passed this before. Former Mayor Michael Hancock vetoed it. I don't remember us ever asking Mike Johnston about it during the mayoral campaign. Just wasn't really an issue. Do we know where he stands on it?
So I asked him about it today. He says that he would support this initiative. So assuming that this passes, Johnston is in support of it. What happens here is tobacco stores move a couple minutes down the road to places like Englewood or whatever, and people just drive 10 minutes to get these products, but it would be banned in Denver. Other cities like Golden and Edgewater have also passed similar bans.
Interesting. All right, Mark Salinger, thank you.
Samuel Carl Clark, you should remember this shit because you did ask all of us that were running for mayor last year if we supported this shit or not. And I was definitely a no. And I've been a no since 2019 when I asked you the first time. I said no then. I said no in 2023. I'm saying no in 2024, going into 2025. No, 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 no. Like, this shit is just ridiculous. Like the white girl said, like they are literally stifling people's preference on what they want to smoke. And they keep trying to put it on the kids. I'm like, the vapes attract the youth and they hook the youth and all of this. And y'all don't give a damn about the damn youth. That's why majority of DPS can't even freaking read. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, this shit is crazy. People are out of their minds, but as it looks right now, they might pass it. They might pass it. I think they got enough to override a veto if the mayor was going to do a veto. You know, they just said he clearly is not going to do a veto. But, yeah, we'll see how that goes. So we'll keep y'all posted on that. The public hearing for the full council is next Monday, 5:30, and the sign up for it begins Thursday. This coming Thursday, at like 4 p.m. You can sign up to speak on it online. I don't even think they do the in-person sign-ups anymore. So you have to sign up online on the Denver Gov website. But yeah, this shit is ridiculous. So then we got that going on. What else we got going on? I'm gonna put another thing about this.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family.
Meanwhile, tonight, Denver City Council members expected to vote on a proposal to ban most flavored tobacco and nicotine products from being sold.
Yeah, big night tonight. City Council Lisa D'Souza here in studio explaining a pushback against the move. And it sounds like they're going to get together here in a few hours.
Right. And a lot of people obviously paying a close attention to all of this. But at 10 o'clock this morning, some against the proposal, they're putting on a press conference basically claiming that if this ban becomes law, it could wipe away $22 million in pre-K funding, adding it could make way for illegal sales and hurt small vape businesses. The former ATF assistant director out of Colorado Springs and the director of the Colorado-Wyoming Petroleum Marketers Association, they are both planning on speaking out this morning. We've seen some pushes for similar bans before at the state and the city level. Right now, Denver Public Schools backing this proposal. Those who are for the measure, they say, according to the CDC, between 2019 through last year, there was a 47% spike in e-cig sales, more than 80% of that spike attributed to flavored products. So obviously the goal here is to try and curb teen use. The proposal, again, expected to be voted on the full city council tonight. They will vote on the measure twice before it could potentially head to the mayor's desk. We've reached out to city officials on that claim that $22 million could be slashed from pre-K funding. We've not yet heard back, but of course, we'll update you as soon as we do.
I mean, it's definitely a hot button issue.
sure.
And you wonder if there's some sort of compromise that they could come to keep both sides happy or not. So we'll continue to track and see if that's a possibility.
Big night tonight. Thank you, Lisa.
Headlines in right-wing national media outlets.
All right, so in addition to that, we still got a migrant situation going on. They're kind of being hush-hush about it, but it's still going on. And since Trump is about to take office, we're about to start deporting these mugs left and right, especially in cities like Aurora, which are not sundown or not sanctuary cities. They're sundown towns. They're not sanctuary cities like Denver. So the Republicans are running with this narrative, they're spending all this money, on these illegal migrants, on this illegal migrant aid. And Kyle Clark is saying that it seems inflated, but I beg to differ, because they literally have almost brought the whole damn economy to its knees in the city of Denver, trying to pay for these goddamn illegal immigrants to feed, house, and clothe and shelter them and all of that shit. It's cost the city upwards like $100 million. And in the past year or so, we've had 40,000 of the mugs move here. So it's like crippling several providers, like Denver Health, for instance, almost brought our health care system to its knees. Like literally bankrupted, damn near bankrupted Denver Health. So it's a really serious situation. So they're talking about they're inflating the numbers. None of this stuff adds up. What the city reports and what it actually is completely different. Let's see what he's talking about with these inflated. A conservative think tank calculation of Denver's migrant aid spending seems inflated. What's this? Experts say,
Let's say Denver spent a whopping $356 million.
Ridiculous. $356 million. Wow, that's like 3 times the amount I thought it was. Okay.
Serving migrants. Might seem strange given that the city of Denver says it spent just half of what it expected. It spent about $79 million. Our Angeline McCall looks at how the conservative Common Sense Institute arrived at its total and why experts in the area studied say the number making headlines seems inflated.
Across the Denver metro, we know the migrant response has taken money,
but how much?
The nuts and bolts of it here is that there's kind of a positive and a negative with this report. On the positive, the city ended up only spending a fraction of what it was afraid it was going to need to spend earlier in the year.
DJ Summers with conservative think tank Common Sense Institute says it's taken $356 million, a mix of state, federal, and local tax dollars. Only $79 million spent by the actual city of Denver.
However, there are additional costs that do accumulate in other areas that aren't related directly to City of Denver spending.
So that number of $356 million is really adding up from one thing. It's education. CSI says it took $228 million to educate new-to-country students who enrolled in metro area schools since December 2022.
Per student, that racks up. That's over $220 million worth of education spending.
CSI estimated there are 16,000 new-to-country students in metro area school districts. Denver says not so fast. Their data shows of the 45,000 migrants the city has seen since December 2022, only 8,300 were school-aged children who were sheltered by the city. And of those, 2,000 left the state, meaning the city's best estimate is there are about 6,100 kids in the Denver metro area today. After education, the next biggest portion of money is healthcare. CSI estimates uncompensated care at $49 million, a number they calculated by estimating every migrant has visited the emergency room at least once. Denver Health says while they did see emergency room visits in the beginning, recently they've seen more visits to outpatient settings, which would cost less.
I mean, we definitely have to start somewhere with our numbers, right? We're trying to come up with a first pass estimate.
Colorado State economics professor Anita Alves-Pina says the numbers with the calculation would naturally end up on the high end.
It makes sense to be honest that there are big costs at the beginning of any human migration, right? But there are also short run and long run benefits associated with new population flows.
Hit the bow.
Diving into that big number, the $228 million that it has taken to educate new-to-country students, CSI told us in an interview, DPS accounts for around 50% of all of those newcomer students. DPS says only 4,900 are enrolled today. It seems unlikely, right, Kyle, that there would be another 11,000 in other metro area school districts.
It's helpful to know what exactly went into these numbers, and also the acknowledgement that these are high-end estimates, right? Whether somebody's out to make a political point with this or whether that's just how they like to do math. This is like as a max, this is the amount that could have been spent. And as the expert said to you, they're not sure that the high-end estimates really hold up to scrutiny.
Right. When I called the city, when I called DPS, when I called Denver Health, everyone's reaction was these numbers seem really high for what we know to be true within our own organizations or agencies. What's important to note is that the math is correct if you do the calculations based on what CSI says, right? But when you're basing those estimates, those calculations rather on estimates, that's where you get these really high numbers. And ultimately, that's where there is some of this discrepancy.
And as folks in your story acknowledge, and as we've talked about in our reporting on the migration into Denver, there are just estimates because there's not exact tracking of where every single person went. Angeline McCall, thank you very much.
Every person, they went to damn Aurora and around in damn areas. That's where the hell they went. See, this is not sad. None of it's adding up. None of it. And I say every time I see reports some numbers, it's like, nah, that's not adding up. None of it. Go into a little bit more detail on this shit. Well, you already covered that. Okay. So, update on Operation Aurora. So, as y'all know, the damage is pissing me off. All right, so the jump is taking office next month, and he looks like he's gonna follow through with his Operation Aurora. So Operation Aurora is still coming, As Lady Che and myself have stated numerous times, Aurora is not a sundown. It's not a sanctuary city. It is a sundown town, but it's not a sanctuary city. So ICE can come get these mugs at any moment, any day, any hour, once the dump gets in the office. So we're gonna get an update on this Operation Aurora that is coming next month, next year to Aurora.
Been dubbed Operation Aurora.
Yeah, he spoke about that plan during a rare visit to Aurora during his campaign. Now we have Lisa D'Souza live in studio. They're talking about it. City leaders here again just yesterday.
Right. Well, it was just a few weeks ago. Aurora found itself kind of in the national spotlight of the immigration debate during President Trump's recent visit. He touted a plan to deport migrants who may be tied to gangs, calling it Operation Aurora. So city officials talking about it at the most recent Public Safety Committee meeting, that monthly meeting. Well, it took place a little more than 2 weeks ago. Council member Danielle Durinsky telling committee members Operation Aurora is coming and city officials need to be ready, also noting a seeming disconnect between Aurora leaders and the incoming White House administration. This all in the wake of concern and debate surrounding the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua's presence in Aurora. This viral video, of course, a big part of the conversation. Durinsky asking police officials what resources could be needed and how to navigate federal communication.
What should I be doing? Because if I'm going to be the only one getting the phone calls from the incoming administration, that's a problem for me. So I just hope that we're taking that very seriously because.
Why don't you start off with me, and if it's something operational, I can move it with Jason.
Okay.
And that way because again, I just don't want them showing up in the city and my team not having the opportunity. So
that's my hope too.
So that's the latest. Now, keep in mind, before Operation Aurora was brought up in this meeting, the new police chief, Todd Chamberlain, talked about how crime is noticeably down across Aurora, particularly violent crime. And the department is really focusing on trouble spots in the city. Last Wednesday, the ACLU of Colorado's legal director actually spoke.
I'm so sick of hearing that shit. I heard that shit from the Denver DA. Crime is down. Now they're talking about crime is down in Aurora. Like every day is something going down in Aurora, especially in the part where Lady Che lives. It's never a dull moment over here. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about crime is down. This shit's crazy to me. It's literally sirens every day. Somebody getting capped, somebody getting killed, like on a daily basis out here. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about crime is down. Yeah, they're getting ready for this Operation Aurora.
Spoke out against any plan to deport migrants en masse, particularly from our state, citing the possibility of legal action. So obviously a lot to follow here, but everything just kind of speculation at this point.
Right, and we suspect things might change or something might happen potentially after.
Legal action for what? The 14th Amendment don't apply to these mugs. They're not even citizens. The 13th, 14th Amendment was for us, freedmen, foundational Black Americans, Senator Martel saving freedmen. No other group, now all these other groups, including illegal immigrants, legal aliens, want to take advantage of that too. Like, this is ridiculous lawsuits. These people are stupid. Like, remember Johnston was talking about, oh, I'm gonna stand in the way. I'm down to get arrested, and then he had to walk that shit back. This is stupid.
Get ready for the holidays at Living Spaces, where you'll find the best deals for the entire home. Shop everything you need and get free shipping as.
Well, turning now to some new information.
So these mugs, they've been running them up. That's why I'm like, crime down. How is that? So the Denver DA has indicted 17 of these mugs, accused of stealing cars from Denver and trading them to the Mexican drug cartels.
Tonight, stolen trucks exchanged for drugs in Mexico. Today, the Denver district attorney announcing the indictment of 17 people.
Yeah, officials say they're connected to a major stolen car ring and the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. Some are.
They all look Mexican. Every last one of them goddamn Mexicans.
Colorado residents, others Mexican nationals. Fox 31's Kim Posey has more on the vehicles.
No, this is a nice way of saying illegal immigrants.
That were targeted and where, Kim?
Yeah, these thieves were targeting large trucks and SUVs around Denver and the airport. The indictment includes 222 charges, including violations of the Colorado Organized Crime Control Act.
These pictures show 4 large Ford trucks, all stolen in Colorado and crossing into Mexico on different dates. Denver District Attorney Beth McCann says 17 defendants are accused of stealing at least 190 vehicles and sending them to Mexico,
where the vehicles were then given to drug cartel members in exchange for cocaine and methamphetamine that was then imported into the United States and brought into Denver.
The thieves, the DEA says, target high-end pickup trucks or SUVs that can support ballistic armor and firepower.
The fact these stolen vehicles were being exchanged for cocaine, fentanyl, and other illegal drugs in Mexico show this group's sophistication and business acumen.
Prosecutors say the majority of vehicles were stolen from around DIA using devices that can replicate a key fob.
Once you are into the vehicle, you can plug in some tools and basically kind of reprogram and deactivate it so that the owner cannot track their vehicle.
These photos show a Dodge truck recovered in Pueblo with meth, heroin, and cash inside. These show a Ram TRX recovered on its way to Mexico. Prosecutors say I-25 and I-70 offer a quick way out of town.
Oftentimes, these vehicles were taken from DIA or surrounding airport hotels and were transported to El Paso and then into Mexico before the owner had returned from a trip and even noticed their vehicle had been taken.
Yeah, pretty wild. Now, prosecutors say 11 of those defendants are in custody. The others are believed to be in Colorado, Texas, and Mexico. The Justice Department is helping to try and get some arrests in Mexico. Kim Posey, Fox 31.
Being forced to see ads? Getting paid to see ads? Do you know how much of the content you see on there?
Okay, well, we're here today to talk about the results of a more than year-long
Down which, speaking on this, oh God, I'm just glad she's gone now.
multi-agency, as you can see, and multi-jurisdictional investigation into a major stolen car ring in Denver and the metro area. I'm joined here today by prosecutors from my office. Where are they? Ashley Beck and Allison Foley, who are behind me, and also joined by Commander John Pickard from the Colorado Metro Auto Theft Task Force, Lieutenant Colonel Joshua Downing from the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority, David Oleski, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the DEA's Rocky Mountain Field Division, Tim Linsing, who's the Acting Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security Investigations in Denver, Kent Croce, the Supervisory Special Agent of the National Insurance Crime Bureau, and Lieutenant Matt Canino of the Denver Police Department Special Investigations Bureau. So as you can see, a lot of agencies, a lot of collaboration among the different federal and state agencies and city. As a result of this investigation, a Denver grand jury recently returned a 222 count indictment that named 17 defendants and charged them with numerous violations of the Colorado Organized Crime Control Act, which we call COCA, more than 100 counts of auto theft, more than a dozen counts of drug possession and distribution, and various other charges. It is alleged that between September 2022 and February 2024, the defendants stole at least 190 vehicles, typically high-end pickup trucks, resulting in the loss of approximately $9.5 million. The majority of the vehicles were stolen between May and October of last year. The defendants are alleged to have coordinated the transportation of the stolen motor vehicles to Mexico, where the vehicles were then given to drug cartel members in exchange for cocaine and methamphetamine that was then imported into the United States and brought into Denver. Because of the significant increase in stolen cars in Denver since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, it has been a top priority of my office to prosecute auto theft cases, whether they involve one car or 190. Last year, my office filed 1,026 motor vehicle theft cases, and so far this year, we have charged 1,038. To give you some context for that, in 2019, the last full year before the pandemic, we charged 682 cases. So almost doubled. These indictments should send the message that people who steal cars in Denver will be caught and will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I'm glad to say that the number of stolen cars in Denver has decreased dramatically over the past 2 years, thanks in large part to the incredible work of the people standing up here and our Denver law enforcement community. I'm confident that the arrests of these 17 defendants will drive the number of stolen cars even lower. I really want to take a moment to thank all of the law enforcement officers who worked long hours side by side on this lengthy investigation to keep our city safe.
Yeah.
This was a complicated and comprehensive effort on the part of many of our law enforcement agencies and individual members. It is not always the case that we see the cooperation and collaboration that we have seen in this case. And I am truly grateful that there was no infighting and there was a lot of cooperation to bring these investigations to a successful conclusion. And I also want to specifically thank the members of my office who have worked long and hard because I've seen them and talked to them about putting these cases together. Doing a grand jury investigation is complicated to begin with, but adding the number of individuals we're talking about here and the number of charges, it's very difficult to get that all put together in a comprehensive way that the grand jury can understand. So I really am appreciative of all of the work of my office, as well as all of the law enforcement folks. It is now my pleasure to introduce Lieutenant Josh Downing from the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority, who will say a few words, followed by several of our other partners on the case, and then we'll be glad to answer some questions. Josh?
Thank you. Good morning. I am Josh Downing. I have the privilege of serving as a Lieutenant Colonel for the Colorado State Patrol. I'm also a board member of the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority. It's a grants office within the Colorado State Patrol whose mission is to reduce auto theft statewide through grant programs. Many of our grantees are involved in the investigation on this case and are reflected in the partners that stand gathered with us today. The strength of our partners in law enforcement and government is the key to the success you've heard about from District Attorney McCann this morning. The number of cars stolen by this group was no small task to investigate or prosecute. Because of the sheer volume of crimes committed by these individuals, the large geographical area, and the impact that these crimes have on public safety, it is absolutely what it takes is the collaboration to get all these agencies involved to get us to where we are today. Each of these stolen vehicles did not just affect the one owner or the singular location the vehicle was stolen from. This case demonstrates the negative impact each stolen vehicle has on the entire state and our citizens.
You know what nobody talks about when it comes to building a content creator business? That if you're not using a tool like HoneyBook to stay organized and professional.
Each of these stolen vehicles was a noted financial loss to their owner, but also had a negative impact on each of their way of lives. The victims lost their method of transportation to go to work, lost their ability to pick up or take their children to school, and lost the freedoms that come with transportation, that comes with having transportation. Further, these defendants intended to jeopardize the safety of Coloradans and the visitors to our state because of their intent to distribute and profit from the distribution of illegal drugs into our communities using these stolen vehicles. Investigating and prosecuting this complex crime group would not be possible without the willingness of each department to work together. Local law enforcement, federal law enforcement, district attorney's offices, and government offices across the state continue to break down archaic barriers to better serve our communities through the mission of alignment and one unified goal of making Colorado a safer place. As we work better to protect Colorado, we ask our community members to take an extra step and learn about how to protect your car from all types of auto theft. So please visit lockdownyourcar.org. Has a lot of information about how to keep your car safe and things to do to prevent your car from being stolen. And also on your lockdownyourcar.com, the victims of auto theft we have resources there that they can apply for on that website to help them through when they are
Leonard.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today, and just great work in collaboration by all the members that brought this case today. So thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. And now Ken Prost is going to speak.
Good morning. My name is Ken Prost, and I'm a Supervisory Special Agent with the National Insurance Crime Bureau. NICB is a nonprofit that was founded over 100 years ago to assist law enforcement, consumers, and the insurance industry in combating auto theft. As Ms. McCann mentioned, with the COVID lockdowns and such, Colorado skyrocketed up to the #1 state in per capita thefts, and that included a lot of the thefts out in DIA. Those went up 72% from 2021 to 2023, and the cost to every single insured person in Colorado is significant. A lot of that, some of the cost of your insurance is based on where we are in terms of the per capita auto theft rate. I'm happy to say that since 2023, beginning in about August of 2023, the number of auto thefts in Colorado has dropped considerably. Just for example, I read this morning from NICB stats that Colorado, from third quarter 2024 to third quarter 2023 comparison, we're down over 30%. So, and we've dropped from #1 in per capita theft. I'm very glad to hear that. So I just wanted to thank law enforcement for their great work on all of this. And hopefully we'll see this soon in our auto. Thanks.
On our way out.
Thank you, Kent. And now we have David Oleski, who will speak to you from the DEA.
Good morning. My name is David Oleski, and I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the Drug Enforcement Administration here in Denver. I want to thank District Attorney McCann and your team for leading the prosecution against this organization. I also want to thank my colleagues in law enforcement here with us today. Notably, your personnel who are agents at DEA were honored to work alongside to achieve this investigative success. At DEA, we regularly highlight the public health threat to our communities brought by the Mexican cartels through the trafficking of fentanyl. This investigation highlights the other aspects of the cartels and the role they and their networks have in our communities with respect to public safety and violent crime. The evidence gathered throughout the course of this investigation revealed the sophistication, coordination, and operational capabilities of this group. It is something akin to what we might see in a Hollywood movie. This network targeted vehicles here in the Denver metro area, which were desired by Mexico-based drug trafficking organizations, which could best be modified to support ballistic armor, as well as be mounted with high-caliber munitions and firearms. The preferred vehicles to steal were larger pickup trucks like F-250s and Raptors, and high-end SUVs. The fact these stolen vehicles were being exchanged for cocaine, fentanyl, and other illegal drugs in Mexico showed this group's sophistication and business acumen. The Mexico-based drug cartels are a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. While the trafficking of illegal drugs may be their principal source of revenue, their lines of business include arms trafficking, human trafficking, and this investigation also affirmed stolen vehicles. I'm often asked with respect to fentanyl, why would the cartels want to sell a product which would kill their customer? And my answer has been, while they aren't trying to kill their customers, the business is so profitable, they don't care if you die in the process. That is the same with respect to the stolen car operation. These weren't simply individuals looking to steal a car for a joyride. This was a multi-million-dollar international enterprise which robbed far too many here in the state of Colorado. Our DEA agents were able to link this group to the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most powerful Mexico-based organizations, notably responsible for the trafficking of fentanyl and methamphetamine into our nation. The key to this operation's success has been the collaboration across the various agencies, each one contributing expertise and resources to disrupt and dismantle this network. At DEA, we are proud to have been a part of this operation and will continue to follow the evidence and intelligence obtained to target and apprehend those most accountable here and in Mexico who are responsible for these crimes. With that, I just want to say thank you to our collective team up here.
Thank you, David. And now we'll hear from Tim Linson from Homeland Security Investigations.
Yeah, Leonard. I'm dead too.
Bring joy to your holiday celebrations with a handcrafted cake from Paris Baguette. Delight in cakes spread with chocolate.
Good morning. My name is Tim Linson, and I am the acting special agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations here in Denver. Thank you all for being here today. I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible teamwork and dedication that made this operation a success. It's truly a collaborative effort between local, state, and federal partners, and I'm honored to stand here with my law enforcement colleagues as we announce these significant developments. First, I want to thank the Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force. They initiated this investigation, secured prosecution and support from the Denver District Attorney's Office, and aggressively identified and pursued multiple cells operating in the Denver area. Their thorough work set the foundation for success in this case. This case is an outstanding example of local agencies leveraging federal support in utilizing Homeland Security investigations to pursue complicit offenders in other states and countries. HSI's ability to leverage proprietary analytical tools, resources, and support from HSI offices and other jurisdictions allow them to identify the full scope of this transnational criminal organization. HSI's work uncovered key co-conspirators operating in both Texas and Mexico. It provided vital evidence and testimony to target some of the most significant offenders. Additionally, we are grateful to the Denver District Attorney's Office. Their aggressive pursuit of this investigation and unwavering support for all law enforcement actions ensured that justice will be served in this complex and high-stakes case. The suspects in this investigation represent an international polycrime organization that posed a significant threat to public safety. Their criminal activities included vehicle theft, narcotics smuggling, which contributed to the proliferation of cocaine and methamphetamine in the Denver area. They also used violence to protect their operations. These actions harm our communities and endanger innocent lives and law enforcement personnel. Today's results are a testament to the strength of our partnerships and our shared commitment to protecting the public from those who seek to profit through criminal enterprise. Thank you to everyone who played a role in this important work.
Thank you, Tim. And now we will be open to some questions. Got a lot of them. Yes.
Can one of you address what it took to get all this information from Mexico? It sounds like a lot of the investigation took place there. I'm also wondering, since Colorado obviously is not on the border, why would this be happening here as opposed to a border state?
Who wants to answer that one? One of you guys. Anyone? Okay.
As it relates to gathering information from Mexico, HSI and DEA, we both have offices that are stationed in Mexico. So we will work with our counterparts, both DEA and HSI, in those different cities to work with the local law enforcement there in Mexico to assist us. So we will gather information with some of our vetted units within within that country.
Will there be arrests next week?
Will there be? Yes, we're working through that. That's still in process, though.
Okay. I would say in terms of the geography.
You have to be, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Allie Foley. I'm a prosecutor with the Denver DA's office. In terms of the geography, I would say that Denver is uniquely geographically situated in that we have a major international airport and we have a lot of surrounding states which don't have the same access to international travel or other flights. You have a lot of people driving in, generally from the mountains, generally in four-wheel drive vehicles or larger pickup trucks, who are coming to Denver for the purposes of being able to take a long flight or to travel somewhere for a significant amount of time. We are also on I-25 and on I-70, which makes moving vehicles out of the city and county of Denver relatively easy. Some of these individuals have explained to us that they were able to get in a car in the city and county of Denver. They drove straight south until they dropped the car off in El Paso, and that ended their role in this part of the organization. But if you're driving straight through from Denver to El Paso, Texas, it's really not that much time spent in the car, and oftentimes these vehicles were taken from DIA or surrounding airport hotels and were transported to El Paso and then into Mexico before the owner had returned from a trip and even noticed their vehicle had been taken.
Or from DIA surrounding areas?
The overwhelming majority. A lot of airport hotels, the hotels in the area, offer travelers the option of staying one night at their hotel and then leaving their vehicle for free while they travel. And so those became very desirable targets as well.
Are they like soldiers of the Sinaloa cartel? Are they kind of periphery people? How would you describe them?
Each of the individuals pictured on this board played a slightly different role within the organization. Some of these individuals were directly tied into the cartel and are currently, we believe, located in Mexico. Other individuals are local individuals whose role was as sort of a boots on the ground motor vehicle thief. Some of the other individuals were responsible for the transportation of the vehicles from Colorado to El Paso or all the way into Mexico. Other individuals orchestrated exchange of controlled substances for those vehicles and then the distribution of those controlled substances within our community.
Appendix. Are we talking, some of these are Colorado residents or some of the Mexican nationals?
Both.
And how many are
Right now, we have 11 of the 17 codependents.
She thinks she got right here.
There are some that we believe to be in Mexico, others we believe may be located in Texas, and others who have strong information are at large in our community, and we're actively working to apprehend them.
Are any of these vehicles able to be given back to the owners?
Yes, some of the vehicles, specifically those which were recovered in the Denver metro area before they were transported south, were able to be returned to the owners.
And the drugs that were bought in exchange.
We got a lot of officers here that
think you know Wix. Really? First up, we've got shake video masks.
Difficult to say. The best information we have is that the controlled substances which were being provided to some of these individuals in exchange for the trucks were being
some of the other items.
I remember a day when I was cute.
Sure. Hi, good morning. My name is Ashley Beck. I'm a senior deputy district attorney in Denver in our economic crimes unit. So yes, the vast majority of this investigation centered on obviously stolen motor vehicles. As has been discussed, we also had cocaine coming into our community, and so there were some drugs seized. Significant amounts of money were recovered. In some of the vehicles, there were firearms And so when your vehicle gets broken into or stolen, firearms and guns that are available to these defendants and then ultimately in our community. And so we had a number of those things recovered and stolen as well. There are specific tools that motor vehicle thieves can use, and so we recovered some of those tools that they use to manipulate basically key fobs so that they can facilitate their stealing of motor vehicles. So it really was pretty overarching.
Can you go into that a little bit?
Oh, she's just ugly. She has this little, she's exuding something.
Sure. I mean, it's a fairly technical process, but basically there's a tool that you can buy readily available on Amazon and other platforms that you can basically just reprogram these. So if you've got a Ford key, you may be able to program that to go into a Toyota or vice versa. And it basically just facilitates the taking of these motor vehicles.
So they weren't like physically breaking into the trucks, they were able to kind of like electronically gain access to them.
It usually requires some physical manipulation of the door lock or the handles to get into the vehicle, and then you can essentially plug it in. And I'm probably not the best person to be describing this specific mechanism, but once you are into the vehicle, you can plug in some tools and basically kind of reprogram and deactivate it so that the owner cannot track their vehicle. They essentially get a notification that said your car is no longer online. It's now associated with a new key fob and now in possession and control of another criminal.
Is that how most police are done?
Vast majority, yes.
And what would you say to people find a park at DIA?
You know, I think it's improved dramatically since law enforcement has worked to get this crew as well as some other crews in custody. And so I think motor vehicle thefts are dramatically decreasing. You know, just lock your car, make sure you don't have spare keys, make sure you're not leaving things on the seat that are readily apparent such that people might want to break into your car or want to steal your car. Park in well-lit areas, park in a garage if you can, you know, with surveillance footage. You can't live your life in fear, but there are certainly steps that you can take to try to make your car not be victimized. I think one of the presenters earlier had talked about a website, lockdownyourcar.org. So folks can just visit that and take any suggestions or ideas that they have on there too to help become not a victim.
Also, the Denver police have really done an excellent job of trying to address this issue of motor vehicle theft in Denver. I don't know if you want to say anything, Lieutenant, but I know there's been a lot
got a black eye.
to reduce the number of car thefts.
You got a lazy eye now.
Hi, my name is Matt Canino
That's
with
a couple times we see that you got a black eye.
I didn't have
I was like that, yeah.
So I
failed.
I manage a team that both part of the CMAT for a task force, but I also have a Denver auto theft
like
team.
2 times you were
Denver detectives. So
fresh
it's not a
ass
task
black
force.
eye.
They go out daily. They find stolen cars daily, and they
I was like,
they
someone whooping
return
that
these cars
ass.
to owners pretty much on a daily basis. So I
Right.
think that efforts and the efforts combined with
Come on, man, it's better. Yeah.
the enforcement, I think
Lie better.
these car thieves are starting to do
Like,
it.
lie better. Tell the truth. To say what if somebody gets
Affected in, you know, the lower, I think we're up to 34% reduction. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I'd also like to add, sorry. I'd also like to add the airport, Denver Police Department, CAPA, the Colorado State Patrol, over the past 6 to 8 months to a year, have really worked really hard to identify ways to reduce auto theft, specifically out of DIA, and I will give kudos to the airport. They have significantly increased the surveillance cameras that they have. They've put up hard barriers around parking lots out there to make it more difficult to get the car out. So they've taken significant steps to combat auto theft out there in partnership, obviously, with Denver Police Department, all the other law enforcement agencies out there. So. Absolutely, yep. We worked with the hotels in the area off of Tower Road, so all of those areas. Yep.
Yeah. I'm John Pickard. I'm the commander of the CMAT, and in answer to the protection of the vehicles, some of the things we discovered in a couple of cases is individual trackers and vehicles. The standard ones can oftentimes were disabled, but if you took your own and you hid something in your vehicle, we had an individual who flew out to Florida and was able to call us because his little whatever that device is, I'm not a commercial, but they had their tag in the car, and we were able to track the vehicle down and recover it while he was in Florida. So something that would notify you of your car being moved that's not readily identifiable. That was very helpful. I know Denver has a Denver tracking program. So anything you have that comes back with the technology we have in the world, and also you need something visual that can protect, make it look like the vehicle's been hardened. Like we actually had an incident where and it some multiple chains and wrapped it around his steering wheel within his cab of his vehicle, and it was not stolen. So there are some different methods. We even actually have a picture of a boa constrictor in one of the cars. So yeah, there are different ways, but there are ways to keep it safe and impressively so. The DIA is way down in terms of their thefts.
Can you numbers? What are the stats? How far have?
Yes, I would.
How far down are we from when to when?
Well, I can tell you that, and I didn't look at them this week, but roughly we've been averaging in 2024, 23% less vehicles stolen compared to 2023. And from 2023 to 2022, we're roughly 23, 24% as well. So almost, that's the Denver metro area. And that's kind of my focus is the metro area. So we're almost to 50% in the last 2 years that we were when we were at the peak of the #1 per capita. I can tell you that we are still, we're still in the top 10. And so there's still a lot of activity. So it shows you how far high we were in that terms of bringing it down.
How much prison time?
Yeah.
Your connections to the past are waiting. Get Ancestry DNA for only $39.
If we're gonna do this, we need to set some rules.
Your behavior is unacceptable.
Is it?
I'm nervous.
It's about giving and taking power, no? Do you want to lose everything?
Hey.
Oh, hey, you forgot your.
I can't talk about the ones that just were, but I can tell you the two that recently made the media. We had one in our last COCA case that got 24 years, another one, and these were people who pled guilty, and 20 years was the other one, I believe, that pled guilty. They didn't even go to trial.
Are all 17 defendants charged with COCA?
No, not all 17 defendants. COCA requires at least 2 acts of racketeering activity, and not all of these individuals are charged with COCA. A conviction on a COCA, which is a Class 2 felony in the state of Colorado, carries a possible Department of Corrections sentence of 8 to 24 years on the low end, 16 to 48 years on the aggravated end. The controlled substances offenses, which several of these individuals are charged with, carry a mandatory Department of Corrections sentence of between 12 and 32 years.
Anybody up on that board?
I think it is fair to say that the individual in the upper left-hand corner, identified as Joaquin Orozco Ponce, was the head of the organization. Yes.
Adrian Chulkas.
That was his moniker.
That was his moniker. Can you talk a little bit about that? Was he given that nickname because he was like a ringleader?
We don't know the origin of that nickname. We do know that several of the individuals
Right, they all had the same look, right?
Adrian.
And was this an aluminum drug cartel person?
That's what our investigation has revealed at this point.
Is he in Mexico right now? Is he one of the ones that's?
We believe he is in Mexico, and his bond on this case has been set in the amount of $10 million cash only.
What's the likelihood that he will be in prison?
We're working with the Department of Justice to try and secure his apprehension and return.
Well, it's a you're $1 million, but won't goodies.
Yeah.
You see these cars go through the Mexico border. How and they're stolen, but how can they get across so easily? What's the process at the border to identify these cars and the people inside them?
Well, I'll briefly overview that. The outbound, there is limited inspections depending on what port of entry that you're going through. And then on the Mexico side, they deal with it. So they won't have the same access to knowing whether the car is stolen.
You guys tricky, right?
Mm-hmm. That's
Ones
the one
that are in custody.
worth.
Uh-huh.
Hate use are easy, but do they come under arrest without any conflict or? How did the arrest happen?
Several of the individuals were already in custody, facing other charges and being held on other cases. The other individuals were taken into custody without an incident.
Oh, yeah, they definitely getting deported.
After they do their 48 years.
Well, once again, thank you for coming. And again, thank you for, I want to thank the members of our law enforcement community who've worked so hard on this really complicated case. And I think it's reassuring for us in the Denver community to know that we have this kind of cooperation and collaboration among federal, state, and local authorities to address situations that come up like this, where we have this dramatic rise in auto thefts. I think we saw that the law enforcement community responded very quickly and very appropriately, and we are now, of course, seeing that dramatic decrease. Also, this case isn't over, so now my office will be prosecuting the case through the Denver District Courts, and it'll take a while, but we're very optimistic with all of the investigation that's gone into this case and the quality of the people who've done the investigation, that we will see successful outcomes in the court, and that these people will be held responsible and accountable for the crimes that they have committed. So thanks again for coming.
Glad you didn't have a black eye.
She would have hit the motherfuckers with a book.
Fuck her old slave ass.
Some motherfuckers to like 320 something years.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so that's what's happening in Denver. Now let's see what's happening in A-Town.
I'm not gonna lie, I'll make music in a closet if I have to. So I use samples because, I'm
To get to, we start here at 9 with a man now facing 5 counts of attempted murder of a police officer, all part of the new details of that police shooting on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, the Aurora police chief says the suspect had a gun capable of firing 30 rounds and shot a police cruiser that had officers inside. Fox 31's Rachel Sauer is live in Aurora with the new details.
Right here with a
Yeah, the chief of police says this is still very early on in the investigation, but was able to tell us that officers responded quickly without injuring or involving anyone else.
There was actually officers in that police vehicle at that time. So the possibility for threat to them, for harm to them, was incredibly intense.
Aurora Police Chief Todd Chamberlain defending his officers' quick actions the night of Thanksgiving when they responded to reports of a man shooting off a gun at the Sable Cove condominiums.
They made a tactical decision to coordinate behind an area of cover near an apartment complex.
Police chief says they saw the suspect had a gun on him with a magazine capable of holding up to 30 rounds.
It would have been very easy to have somebody firing this gun at you, and you wouldn't want to stand in there. You'd be moving away in another direction.
They gave verbal commands to drop the weapon and get on the ground.
The suspect almost immediately turned on the officers and fired multiple rounds in the officers' directions. Some of those rounds actually struck our police vehicles.
Officers taking cover behind vehicles, engaging the suspect on South Sable Boulevard, a typically busy 4-lane street in Aurora.
Look at the officer safety aspect to this. Look at the community safety aspects of this, because I think without question there was a jeopardy there. We had a suspect that had definitely demonstrated a propensity for violence on that evening.
Finally, around hit the suspect's arm, the police were able to take him into custody. Chief Chamberlain says to the quick actions of the Aurora officers, no one but the suspect was injured in the incident. As per protocol, the 18th Judicial District Critical Incident Response Team will be investigating, but the chief stands by his officers in this incident.
The actions of our officers that night, I think, spoke volumes about the level of service that this department is committed to.
Yeah, it is unclear what led up to the suspect being in the parking lot in the first place and firing off his weapon, but officers say it may have started off as a domestic dispute. Now, the suspect has an extensive criminal history, including attempted homicide and robbery, and had just gotten off parole. Live in Aurora, Rachel Sauer, Fox.
New here this morning, we are learning Aurora's gang intervention unit arrested 3 suspects and recovered guns that contained illegal magazines in the process.
This all started last Tuesday when police were patrolling a neighborhood near East Havana Street and Mississippi Avenue. They saw an armed man arguing with another person before he jumped into a Jeep that had an expired tag. After the driver pulled away, officers conducted a traffic stop, took 3 men into custody. because they had active warrants. When they searched the SUV, they say they seized 3 guns, 3 handguns. 2 of them had an extended magazine. The other had a drum magazine. They also say they found one of the firearms was stolen. The investigation is ongoing. If you know anything about what happened here, call our partners at the Metro Denver Crime Stoppers. You can remain anonymous.
Appeared like a...
Yeah, they have. All right, well, that's going to conclude the queue. We're not going to go over this one. This is a very long one.
I was so confused about this one.
The broad is married to a Nigerian. So she was upset about us delineating from the diaspora.
I just want to hear like 5 minutes of it.
So at the very end of it. Like she just kept getting on. Like, you know, you're supposed to land your plane. She kept getting on and getting on.
Maryland that they had to put charges on because they're raping people. I mean, we can go down the line. It's some real funny style shit. This is real. So yeah, we can call it out. I'm not denigrating anybody, but I'm going to tell the truth. If they're harming my people, I'm going to tell the truth. Now, why should we ignore some of the weird stuff that some of these folks do? Why should we do that?
Right.
You paint everybody with a broad brush, bro.
No, I don't. I do not paint everybody because I'm cool with a lot of Nigerians. I'm cool with a lot of Caribbeans. I still go and travel and go to these places and I still get love. But the tether class who want to do janky stuff, they're going to get the business. Why shouldn't they get the business?
Because again, it's not everybody. Just like some ignorant motherfucker in here just commented on my picture calling my daughter's dad a tether and my child a tether. Like y'all just use that word so freely. Do you?
Thank you.
Man, it's starting to become a slur at this point. It's like
here we go. Now here we go. So you're married to, or you have a baby?
No.
Okay, so you have a baby dad who's foreign. Okay, so there's a personal thing going on, and your child is half foreign or half non-FBA. All right. Well, let's say that. Let's come from that space, and it's kind of hitting you when people call out the behavior of certain people.
It's not the behavior, and nobody knows him personally. So, do you see like?
I know.
For rhetoric going, you just willy-nilly call anybody anything that you feel. First of all, he's not quote-unquote illegal, so y'all need to really stop with the stupid ass rhetoric.
I don't know about your baby dad, man. And where is he from, by the way? Where is he from?
He's from Liberia.
Liberia, okay. Well, you know, in Liberia, they have names for us that they paint all of us with. Akata, they do that all up and down West Africa. We don't have a term just for all of them. We don't denigrate all of them. In fact, foundational Black Americans, we've been the only ones that has uplifted the African people. We're the only ones that show them any dignity or respect without trying to exploit them. So I'm not going to accept that at all. We're the only ones. Foundational Black Americans, we are the only people that have stood up for continental African people to show them any kind of dignity. The issue we have is when some of them come here and then they're vitriolic and they bring that same tribalism to us. We are absolutely going to call it out. It's not our job to sit here and let people undermine us. All of them are not doing it, but damn it, a significant number is, and they're going to get called out, ma'am. And unfortunately, I mean, some feelings might get hurt. There's some shrapnel, and you know, somebody might catch a couple of strays, you know, your baby dad or whatever. But that's part of the game, man. It's not a personal thing. This is business.
Right.
Right?
How does disrespecting whole countries or whole demographics, or you know, how is that business? How does that get you to your end goal? That's be serious here.
You saying that over and over, that's not going to make it true. I don't disrespect.
I see that question. How does this whole tether concept get you to your end goal, right? How does that get you to reparations? How does that get you to
great question? A great question. It's great question. Let me give you a great answer, beloved. That gets the tethers out the paint so they don't undermine what we're doing. When we identify the tether class who come to undermine us, that helps us immensely. So now we know when certain funny style people hop up talking about, we don't need no reparations, we need to stop begging. And then we start asking questions and we see that this person ain't even from our lineage. That helps for us to identify that. So it helps immensely. That's why we've been so on code and getting so much stuff done, beloved.
So you think it's Black Americans stopping the goal as opposed to white people? That's what you think?
Stopping what goal? What are you saying, ma'am?
I just said the goal for reparations and the goal for Black Americans to be acknowledged on the census and in society.
What's the question? I don't even understand what your question is. You're just kind of saying stuff at this point. What
Okay, so I'll say it again because you're over here talking about quote unquote tethers this and black immigrants undermining what the goal is ultimately, which is reparations and to be acknowledged.
No. You're not going to put words in my mouth. The goal is complete empowerment. That's what the goal is. The goal is not just reparations. The goal is just not being recognized on the OMB. That's not the only goal, man. That's not my goal. My goal is complete empowerment. This is the new norm. You understand what I'm saying? This ain't just a goal. This is a complete journey. This is the new norm, uplifting our lineage specifically. That's the new norm. And if there are landmarks and goals in between that journey, that's fine. But every day we uplift our culture. Every day we pay homage to our ancestry. Every day we give props and praise and respect to our lineage. And then we make everybody else put props and praise and respect on it too. That's the new norm. You understand?
Oh, I completely understand. And that's fine. Uplifting, Black Americans and Black American culture, which most Pan-Africanists and Black immigrants do as well. However, my point is you don't have to disrespect them just to get whatever it is that you want accomplished. That disrespect is not necessary.
We don't owe the Myron Gaines no damn respect. We don't owe the Johnny Ollie. No, we don't owe these vitriolic tethers who come over here and do the most vile, disgusting things to us imaginable. We don't owe them a goddamn thing. We should have all the smoke for these people. And y'all should have been telling us about them in the first damn place. The fact that y'all didn't tell us in the first place and we warned people, hey man, tell us about these people who's real funny style and y'all ain't saying nothing. Because when we start getting on them, some people might catch some verbal strays. So that's what's happening now. You're complaining that some people are catching strays, but that's what it is when you have to clean up. When you're cleaning up something, you might get some spray on some furniture. You might get a couple of stains on the leather. You might get some stains on the carpet, but everything is going to be clean at the end of the day. And that's what we're doing now, ma'am. You feel me?
No, not really.
You feel me, beloved?
I really don't.
You feel me, Miss Nunya? And what's your lineage, by the way? You're Pan-Africanist, Tiff. What's your lineage, dear? Because I don't even think this is about your baby dad. I think this is about you.
Right.
Well, my mother's Irish and my dad is Black American, if you must know.
So your mother's white, right?
Right.
Okay. And your dad is Black American. Where is your dad from?
He's from this country.
You is a liar.
What part of this country is your dad
That's
from?
so unconvincing.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter, beloved, because is your dad non-FBA?
I just told you he's Black American.
No, that's not saying anything.
It is. It's saying everything.
Oh my
No. Busta Rhymes is, quote, Black American,
She
but
lied.
he's not foundational Black American.
That was not convincing.
Not at all.
I
Sound
said
like your
Black
dad might be Caribbean or African, dear.
He's actually
Literally,
not. But you see how you're detracting from the point.
I ain't detracting from nothing. You're the one being very secretive about something that you shouldn't be secretive about. It wasn't a trick question. That's not a trick question, dear.
And it's not something that I don't have to be quote unquote secretive about. I don't have to divulge exactly where he's from.
Right. Yeah, because it's not that, you know who do that when
who does
people are
that?
very skittish about their lineage?
Motherfuckers are
Tethers. Ma'am, are you a tether?
Yeah, the way you throw this word around is hilarious and ridiculous.
But
Lie.
man, this is what I'm
That's
saying.
lying. That's
It's
what it
about
is.
trustworthiness. And when you're talking the way you're talking, people are looking
Like,
at you
you
with the
can tell
side eye.
Trump's
This is
saying
what we're
that.
saying. We don't need people around who we have
Like,
to
my father
side
was
eye,
dead for 44 motherfucking years.
especially when it comes to
California. I'm
certain
from
things where
California.
we're trying to achieve
Well,
financial
that is
goals.
the
We don't
super
need
truth.
weird people on the reparations task force. But we
Don't
don't
lie
know
right
nothing
there. That
about
was
their
just
background and they're real
father was
vague
dead the day before I was
and they're
born.
working behind the
He's from
scenes to
California.
secretly undermine things. See, this is what we're talking about. We're going to have to start putting everything out on the forefront. We need to know who's who, where your people from, and what kind of mindset you have. That's very important, beloved.
The mindset
Right?
of a liar.
Your
She's
mindset
lying.
and intentions
Or
are
she's
important.
hiding.
Where
Like,
you're
you
from,
ain't got
not
no people to
necessarily,
hide. It's
because like I said earlier, there's a bunch of Pan-Africans and
hide like
Black immigrants
games.
that
If
are
you hide like
pro-reparations,
good.
pro-Black
Like
Americans.
somebody is
So
smart.
I don't really get where you're going with this.
Let me get Ellis in here. Let me get some more of the family. Ellis, hop in, brother.
Hey, what's up with Tyreek? Real quick, man, and I fucks with you. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you do low key get a little defensive, man, and you start trying to question people's lineage and shit, man, when they be bringing up points, bro. You know what I mean?
We're supposed
And
to
I'm just
question
gonna keep it all the way solid, bro.
when they act
Okay.
stupid.
I answered the question, but she kept saying the same thing over and over again. I answered her question over and
Like,
over again. I didn't get defensive.
everybody
I
knows
actually
you got
answered
to
it.
do the fucking
But when
freaking
somebody's saying the same thing over and over again, making some kind of projection, now I want to know where they're coming from. That's why I asked where's she from, and then she got very vague about it.
we learn their little
Am
behaviors.
I wrong for asking her that?
And asking about
No, I
lineage.
get it, but
With anybody else.
there's people out there doing lineage verifications and things like that.
Oh,
So you
man,
got
go
people on here who's FBA who fuss with you. We don't agree with everything you say, and that's gonna be, that's just how it goes. But not everybody who just, who has some type of questions about some of the things you say is totally against you, and we not all tethers.
He said he
You
wasn't.
know what I'm saying? And I don't really like the word either, but we not all, just because we disagree with you, bro, we not all from different countries. You feel me?
Yeah, but if somebody asks where your family is from and then you can't say nothing, well, that's kind of suspicious, ain't it?
Or a motherfucker say, what's it?
I get you on that, but this woman, I think she's coming with a little bit of sincerity, though, bro.
I ain't gotta say
Not,
nothing.
to be honest, because she said a bunch of stuff that are projections and false. So yeah, she's not being sincere. That's why I'm questioning where she's really coming from.
Not really put
That's
on.
why you need to see where people are from.
Say
Because
that.
when they start saying stuff, a lot of times they are arguing in bad faith. And then the more she talked, we realize, okay, she has a baby daddy who's foreign, so there's a personal thing going on. And even her own background is kind of sketchy and not really, really on the up and up. So that's where a lot of this is coming from as well. She probably feels personally excluded. So yes, I'm going to ask questions. I'm not defensive whatsoever, but I'm going to ask the right questions when something don't sound right, because this is very dangerous at this point, having people around us and we don't know who they are, where they're from, and what their intentions are. It's getting deadly at this point. You got sisters out here going out with cats getting killed, and these guys just hop on a plane and go to another country, and you don't see them no more. We can't have that type of shit going on. We need to see who's who, what's going on out here, and I want my foundational Black American family safe out here. Damn all that other stuff. That makes sense?
And I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of other people that do. However, what I'm saying is, you want to talk about dangerous, Tyreek, your rhetoric is dangerous, right? The fact that, again, you paint everybody with a broad brush is dangerous.
I do not.
That's how you should
Not true, beloved. That's not true.
We got to be the bad guy.
Absolutely true. And like I said, nothing I said was sketchy. It was absolutely true. There's Pan-Africans and ton of other Black immigrants that are in support of reparations and uplifting Black Americans. So I don't get where you're coming from with this. Like, you can't just call everybody a name and just expect them to be okay with it. You can't just disrespect everybody and expect.
I don't call everybody a name, man. What you're saying is not true. That's a lie.
She had a sexy voice.
What you're saying is a lie. That's why I'm skeptical of your background, ma'am.
You get on here every day and say the same
Ma'am, what you said is a lie. I've never called everybody no damn name. No, I haven't. If people do certain behaviors, That's funny style. You're going to get labeled for your behavior. You sitting up here saying, I'm calling everybody names. That's a damn lie. The Black, what's up, brother? Hop on in. The Black receipt, hop in, sir.
What's going on, my brother Tariq?
Him too.
How you live?
I'm doing great, man. I just find it funny that these people, Pan-Africans, whatever they want to call themselves, are starting to trip out just like the Democrats, because you done came up with some more terminology that they can't get around. I wouldn't be surprised if next year this be labeled as a slur and be blocked on social media sites. You right about Texas.
They want to go that far.
COs and shit, because they are mostly foreigners that look black, and they work with the white supremacists to, know what I'm saying, to do a lot of
who talks like that?
things to us. Like recently in Fort Worth,
I would say my dad.
FBA brother, there was an army that got accidentally killed by some COs and with some white boys in it and some foreigners. And
yeah, man, I hear horror stories from Texas like that all the time, dude. Those foreigners and those white boys are smashing down on the FBA family out there. Yeah, I'm gonna say something. Damn that. Go ahead, brother.
Like Kamala
and one more thing, to the brother and the sister, I understand that the terminology or the so-called rhetoric, the Democratic people keep on telling y'all it's harmful or so-called xenophobic, but it's not. I just feel like it's the first version of the Super Saiyan. You know what I'm saying? We already in Super Saiyan. So y'all still at the beginning and still trying to understand the terminology and understand why we are separating. But when y'all get it, y'all gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna super up just like us. Y'all gotta stand on y'all own teeth.
Yep.
Get it?
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Miss Tiff. You're raising your hand. Go ahead, dear.
So like I said, it's nothing wrong with delineation, right? It's nothing wrong with understanding and acknowledging that Black Americans are different than Black people from other countries. However, once you reach this goal of deporting all the Black immigrants, right?
Oh, there we go. Right.
I'm asking the questions. Stay with me.
Okay. Oh, okay. Come on, I keep talking. That's now the truth is coming out.
No, I'm asking the question.
There you go. Now you tell. That's what I'm saying. Tell the truth. Come on, all that we calling people names. No. It's about deportation, and you feel a certain about that. Is your dad in danger, ma'am?
Is your
absolutely not.
Okay. Is somebody in your family? Somebody close to you and your family sounds like they might be in a little danger. Sound like you might be a little nervous about what's happening with your family.
Listen, I'm just speaking to the title of the space, okay?
Right.
And what it said, you report all the people that quote unquote are not supposed to be here, right? How does that get you to the end goal you were speaking of earlier?
So you think they shouldn't support? I mean, you're saying that. Hold on, you're breaking up, beloved. Okay. Can you hear me, dear?
Absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, a lot of the people called up said they're going to report crime. Should they not report crime?
So you're just going to go harass people that you feel like is not from here?
Are you worried about that? Just say that.
Hold on. Let me get Ishmael. Let me get Sister Ish in here. Ish, go ahead, beloved.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak, Brother Tariq. So the problem, I think, is compartmentalization and comprehension. When people are talking about folks being tethers, or people are talking about folks who are outside of the lineage who have been harmful, there's actual data points to back this up, right? We have plenty of books that people can read. And you've always spoken in the context of, if it doesn't apply, let it fly.
Right.
We are talking about people that this is applicable to, which is the insinuation is that we're not talking about everyone. We're talking about who this is applicable to. And for people who have, children with folks outside of the lineage, like, I get that, but that doesn't supersede your duty to the lineage, because again, the needs of an individual can't supersede the needs of the collective to which they belong. So when you're saying that he's always talking about this or always applying this to everyone, that's just not a true or correct statement.
Right.
y'all know that, right?
No,
And if you don't know that, then you're not actually listening to the conversation. You're listening. You're hearing what's being said in
Is your husband causing
just
scary
respond
problems?
because
Whatever.
whatever.
You know, one of them
Reason in the
Nigerian
but just to be
motherfucking
very
trash
clear, we're
scrubbers.
talking about people that this is applicable, right? If it's not applicable to you, we're not talking to you. We understand that there are anomalies. We understand that there are people who may support Black Americans, who may support the reparations movement, and I hope that they're supporting reparations from a lineage-based perspective and a lineage-based perspective only, not a race-based. But let me be clear. We have to stop making these grandiose accusations about what people are saying and how people are saying. But the other thing I want to say is proper vetting is important. A lack of vetting is the reason how we got into this kind of political space. Is not actually vetting people, understanding who's who. Because there's cultural nuance when it comes to melanated people or just people with cultural background in general. And what we understand about the history is that Black American cultural nuance is often underscored based off of people's emotions and feelings as opposed to being truthful to the history and the context. I would encourage folks to read Immigration and the Remaking of Black America by Taji Hamilton, Black Mosaic by Candace Watts, and Killing the Black Body as well as The Price for a Pound of Flesh by Darius Jones, because all of these books cumulatively, and these are books that are written by Black Americans, right, that cumulatively help people to understand the impact of immigration as a whole. And when we're talking about Africans and Caribbeans, they're not the only piece to this. We're talking about immigration in the way that it's weaponized in this country towards Black Americans, which has created a disproportionate deficit and contributes to multiple different things. So y'all got to stop saying that. You also have to stop telling people that they don't have a right to vet folks because that is how we move forward and evolve, is allow people the freedom and autonomy to protect their cultural nuances and their cultural identity, because Black Americans are experiencing an ethnocide.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Trish. I appreciate you, dear.
What the fuck?
That was exactly what I was about to bring up. That brings me to my next point, ethnocide.
Exactly. Thank
the
you.
deliberate and systemic destruction of the culture of an ethnic group. So Tariq, since you don't want to answer the first question about how disrespecting immigrants and deporting them is going to bring you to uplifting Black Americans, you can talk about how...
Bad faith question, because it's not based on truth. So that's why you don't answer a bad faith question, because you don't have to answer a lie. The lie cancels itself out.
Yeah,
we're not denigrating anybody.
For Nigeria.
We're not letting people denigrate us.
Nobody's
Liberia.
Yeah, we do have people who come over they're on to us and undermine us in the process. We absolutely have that. They wouldn't let us do that in their countries, and we're not letting them do that here.
Okay, so again, since you don't want to answer how Black immigrants and other people is going to help uplift Black Americans.
It was already that question was already answered, and the context was nullified, beloved, because it's a false context. Right?
I'm going to answer that question. How is ethnocide being committed?
Yeah, when you have people come in cosplaying as an ethnic group, that's a way to kind of replace that group. And the dominant society, they understand that they owe a debt to us. They owe a debt to foundational Black Americans. So now they try to flood the zone with as many immigrants as possible to kind of push us aside, because you don't owe nobody else nothing. You don't owe these other melanated immigrants anything. So they try to give them somewhat of a leg up over us to really spite us. So we get a lot of the politicians and the political class. They'll come over here and uplift the immigrant class, and give them resources while denying us the resources that we're supposed to get. That's ethnocide. And ethnocide is not just going to be everybody get rounded up and put in the gas chamber. Many ethnocides are very gradual. They do it in a very gradual way. One way they do it is by historically aligning us with other groups, with the whole Black and Latino. That's one thing. Every time you mention us, you have to mention Latino. That's a soft ethnogenocide when they do that, because they make everyone comparable, make Latinos comparable with our history, and then it just becomes Latino. So we got to watch all of that stuff. Also, when we look at our icons that's being portrayed, they deliberately get a lot of these non-FBAs to play our cultural icons, like the Cynthia Erivos and that one Nigerian dude to play Dr. King in that one movie. So yeah, we get a lot of that stuff that's being used, and we are rightfully complaining about it because they don't let. If we go to other countries trying to do that, they would complain. They would say, no, this is erasing who we are. And we have the right to say the same thing. We have the right to call out people tethering, like Kamala Harris. She's one of the head tethers in charge. What she was doing was tethering, pretending to have a foundational Black American aesthetic, which she did not. That's what we're saying. That's why we made her lose. So yeah, we're not just on Twitter. We're making real big moves out here in real life, ma'am. And is that what the real problem is, beloved?
That's what I read my 13th Avenue.
No, that's not the problem at all.
We're everywhere. We're in every motherfucker.
So you said the end goal is to uplift Black Americans, correct?
Black empowerment for foundational Black.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Full
Black empowerment is the end goal.
Continual empowerment. That's the goal.
So disrespecting people that come over here for a better life or whatever the case might be that they came over here for is uplifting and empowering Black Americans. How?
Ma'am, they wouldn't be over here if it weren't for us. Right. Let's get that.
And most of them acknowledge that.
Let's start with that disrespecting them. We were the ones who helped them get there. Me, my family, all of us, our tax dollars, we helped them get here. And if we help them get here, the least they can do is not use words like a kata, jareer, a bead, all of these other derogatory terms that they paint all of us with, because what you're doing is a projection. We don't have terms that we use for all of them. We don't call all of them tethers. We don't call everybody in Nigeria a tether, but they call all of us akadas. They call us all types of derogatory names, and nobody all of these Pan-Africans, y'all never seem to call that out. These folks have been calling us all types of derogatory names for years. I've been battling these folks on social media for over a decade. They've been calling us names for the longest. Nobody says anything. The minute we clap back, all of a sudden everybody wants to start crying. No, ma'am. This is the new norm. Right?
So just like you said, Tariq, we don't call everybody a tether, right? But they call us this word, right? You see how you just painted everybody with a broad brush? And I'm going to let you know the Pan-Africans that I associate with not only don't disrespect Black Americans, but they call out the bullshit when they see it. I can put posts in the Jumbotron.
The word akata is a word for all of us. When we say tether, that's based on a person's behavior. Tethering is somebody's behavior. It's how you act. Like Kamala Harris is a tether. All right. Her behavior is tetherish. Stokely Carmichael, who is Trinidadian, is not a tether at all because he was a rider. He's very well respected. Minister Louis Farrakhan is not a tether. He's Caribbean, very well respected. We show and give honor, praise, and respect to the non-FBA people who are riders. The Myron Gaines of the world, who y'all don't warn us about, who is in law enforcement and who denigrates us every day, that's a musty-ass tether, and we don't owe him no respect, or people like him any respect. And anybody who has that type of disposition, they will get called out. So we go out of our way to separate the tethers from the riders. That's the difference between us and those other folks. When they say Akata, they're just talking about all of us. They don't differentiate. Just all of us are Akatas. All of us are Jareers, and all of us are beads, and all of us are Yanks, and all of this nonsense. So yeah, y'all don't call none of that out, so don't start complaining now. That's what we're saying.
You said it's behavior-based, right? But like the second I started talking, somebody commented that under my daughter's dad's pictures. So I mean, no knowledge of his behavior nor background whatsoever.
With me, beloved, what does that have to do with me? I don't know who did that. That has zero to do with me. I can,
and that's the rhetoric that you put out.
Control 43 million people, beloved.
Unfortunately, you control a lot of them, and it's fucking sad.
I can't. Anyway. I cannot control 43 million people, dear. I just don't. There's some people who do it. They do weird shit. I don't know why. You have to ask them why they said it. I'm telling you, tether does not apply to everybody who's foreign. It does not. And we never said it did. And we don't use it for everybody. When somebody has a certain weird, janky behavior, that's when we apply that term. It's a behavior-based term. That's all it is, beloved.
And it's mighty funny you just sat here and contradicted yourself a couple minutes ago when you said that Black immigrants come over here and cosplay Black Americans, but that's
not all. I didn't say
right. But that's what you said. That's what you
said all.
said, right?
You're not gonna lie. I never said all. I said when.
You said all.
No, I did. I never said all immigrants come over here and cosplay. I said when some do, they will get.
Right. I never said you said all, but you explained that Black immigrants come over here and cosplay, right? Let's say some Black immigrants come over here and cosplay, but also out the other side of your face, you'll say that they want to be separated so bad. Like, which one is it? Do they cosplay Black Americans, or do they go out of their way to separate themselves?
You have some who do both, beloved. You have some who do both. Like Kamala Harris. Let's go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will cosplay as us as long as she can get something. She was trying to get votes. So she was out here trying to cosplay as a foundational Black American to get something from us. And we already knew the minute she got what she wanted, she was going to be back into a damn Indian. She's going to go make some damn biryani chicken. We knew that. That's why we weren't going for the okie doke. She would separate herself from us and not give us anything. So people will come over and cosplay as us so they can get stuff, but then they'll separate when they start getting the benefits of cosplaying as us. And that's the problem. That's tethering. And we're not cool with that. Right?
You know what's one of the saddest parts, Tyre?
What's the saddest part, beloved?
One of, because there's quite a few.
Give me one. Give me the best.
The best.
Give me the best one, dear.
I was having a similar conversation with a foundational Black American on this app. About how there's, strength in numbers or whatever, and most Black immigrants, like we discussed earlier, do support reparations and everything like Black empowerment, Black American empowerment, let's be specific, right? And he said he doesn't care. He'd rather work with the white nationalists to deport them. And I think that that's fucking insane that you would rather work with the same people that literally want you dead. Just for what?
You mean like Myron Gaines, who literally worked for the federal government?
Well, Myron Gaines, no.
Myron Gaines worked for the federal government, beloved. He's an African feather who worked for the federal government, and he gets on the internet and denigrates Black people every damn day, Black women all the time. He brings sisters up to his show, and they be jumping on women, and we're supposed to just ignore that and be like, okay. We supposed to ignore people like that?
I'm not talking about Myron Gaines. Like I said, this man said he'd rather work with the national.
No, because you're pointing out. No, man, slow down. Because you're pointing out some random person that we don't know, saying that they want to get with the white nationalists or whatever. But you got prominent non-FBA folks from Africa who will sit here and literally be in line with white supremacists, and they have big platforms, and y'all say nothing about it. So that's a problem, ma'am. That is a problem. All right, let's get FBA by blood in here real quick. FBA by blood, can you hop in? All right. FBA by blood, are you in here, sir? All right. Let me get K-Bot Christopher Webster. Let me get him in. K-Bot. And then
yes, thank you so much for letting me come up and speak to the brother. Today is a monumental day of history. Bitcoin has reached $100,000. And there's a way that possibly reparations could be siphoned through Bitcoin. It's going to be more valuable than gold. The Federal Reserve is on their way to scooping up all the Bitcoin they can and pegging the dollar to Bitcoin.
Okay.
Because
I'm going to have you come in because, that's a whole different conversation. I have you come back with that one, bro. All right, Nunya, Tiff, you're here, dear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yeah, Tiff, some little anecdotal incident that you had with a random person that, I don't know what that's about, and I couldn't answer that. You would have to ask that individual what their ideologies are if they said certain things. I just can't answer that. There's 43 million foundational Black Americans. I can't keep up with what everybody's saying, dear. There's too many of us. Yeah?
His ideologies are specifically yours, Tyreek. But somebody had a good question. They wanted to know how you made all this money off of Pan-Africanism. Now you want to delineate.
What money did I make off of Pan-Africanism? Ooh, let me hear that, because that's jealous pocket watching talk. But yeah, what money did I make off Pan-Africanism? Because I never denounced my Americanness, ever, because that's what Pan-Africanism is. That's saying that you're not really an American. You're really like a generic African that's been captured in North America or some shit. I've never, ever had that ideology. So what Pan-Africanism are you talking about, dear?
Nobody ever said that you denounced being American.
That's what Pan-Africanism is. Pan-African means you're not really an American. That's what Pan-Africanists say all the time. Because when we start talking about respecting our American culture, the first thing they say, well, it's the white man's country. Oh, no, y'all sound like MAGA. Oh, this ain't your country. This ain't y'all African. Y'all argue us down about being African. We're not continental Africans. I've never said I was a continental African. I've given props and praise, and I still do. I still give praise and props to some of the writers all around the world. So all of this, I used to be a Pan-African. I ain't never denounced my Americanness, man. So that's a false narrative.
There's a couple foundational Black Americans on this app that are, in fact, Pan-African as well, correct?
Of course, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of foundational Black Americans who are Pan-Africanists, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right, so that doesn't mean you're denouncing being American.
No. There's a lot of foundational Black Americans. Your lineage is your lineage. That's something that's not negotiated. My lineage is my lineage. You don't negotiate that. So there's no contradiction. My lineage has always been the same. So what are you talking about, beloved?
You mentioned your Hidden Color series, to be specific.
Yes, indeed. What's contradictory in that? Because I still stand on everything in all of the Hidden Colors films. Nothing has changed.
Except for your rhetoric, your anti-Black immigrant rhetoric.
No. You said something has changed. What's changed? Because I stand on everything in it. There were great things done in Africa. There were great things done by the Moors in Europe. There were great things done by the Negritos in Asia. That hasn't changed. So what are you talking about, dear?
Okay. And to go back to what you just said not too long ago, there are plenty of people that follow you that do have white nationalist talking points. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's exactly what some people sound like.
Really? What does that have to do with it? There's a lot of tethers who got white nationalist talking points. Candace Owens, Myron Gaines, Barack Obama. Want to play that game?
Sure.
In fact, some of the tethers are in white nationalist groups. Enrique Tarrio, who's a Afro-Cuban, was the leader of the damn Proud Boys, a white supremacist group. So yeah, y'all have tethers who y'all put in white nationalist groups, straight up and down. You don't want to go there, dear. You don't want to go there.
No, I do.
No. You don't want to go there, beloved. Talking about people with white nationalist ideologies. Oh, it's a lot of the tether class who do that. Right?
Like what? What's some rhetoric that sounds like white nationalists from Black immigrants, please?
Myron Gaines, how Black...
Why do you keep bringing this man up? We know he's doing what he's doing. We're not talking about Myron.
Because he has a big following and a lot of immigrants follow him. I had a Belizean dude the other night who have the same ideology as Myron Gaines, calling up here trying to act like he was trying to befriend the foundational Black American community, and people pulled up his tweets. He's up here sounding like Myron Gaines. So there's a lot of other melanated immigrants who sound and act like Myron. He's not in a vacuum. He has an audience for a reason. It's other non-FBAs who are melanated, who have the same vitriol towards foundational Black Americans as he does. Yeah, that's a problem. The Dinesh D'Souza's, who's a jet black East Indian, his skin is blacker than all of ours, but he's always writing books about how Black Americans ain't shit, and what about Black-owned Black crime in Chicago, and these people make millions of dollars denigrating us. They make money specifically denigrating us. I don't make no money denigrating African people. I've uplifted African people, and I still do. The ones who deserve to be uplifted. I will give them props. I've helped out so many people in Africa. I've done more for the people of Africa than some of these immigrants have. I will not take that criticism. I've been very kind to the people over there and in the Caribbean.
Okay.
My movie about Haiti, they show that. That's a national treasure over there. They show that in schools over there and in Miami. This is what I'm saying. We roll the red carpet. We show people respect. We don't do what they do. See, this is the problem. We make movies like Hidden Colors to uplift their history. We make movies like 1804 to uplift their history and show them, hey, man, we're going to elevate you. We want you to be seen in a positive light. We want all of us to be seen in a positive light. They come over here and form websites like World Star Hip Hop, which was started by a Caribbean.
Yeah.
They come over here and form Bossip, these gossip websites that denigrate us, that was formed by Nigerians. They got the Shade Room that shows the underbelly of our society, another Nigerian. Media Takeout, a Ugandan. They show all of this ratchet nonsense. So they come over here and make a grip off of ratchetness. And we're not supposed to say nothing, beloved? You talk about who's making money.
Right during the
if you want to pocket watch all of it. The World Love and Hip Hop shows. Mona Scott, she's Haitian. You understand?
Black anymore.
They put that stuff together.
They talk about Black people
and show these negative images of us.
Remember that time we were watching?
And we're not supposed to say nothing?
One of the hearings?
She
started going off, and she thought she would say some smart shit. I mean, you
doing personal attacks on people based on the food that they eat, the places they come from, the culture that they, come from as well. That's unnecessary, and that's quite wasteful. And it's definitely giving white nationalism.
No, because if they call up here talking about y'all niggas get food stamps and eat Popeyes, because that's what a lot of the Somalis would do. They would call us up on our spaces talking about Popeyes and food stamps, and then I will gently remind you of the Red Cross rice that was dropped off in your goddamn village. Right. You're damn right I'm going to give you some humbleness. You're not going to come from a third world country and wag your little finger over here at us at all. You're going to get the business, because what you want to do is get into a roasting contest. Now, if you want to roast, we're the best at that shit. You understand? Yeah, you better learn how to roast, because what they want to do is start playing the dozens with us, and that's a game you don't want to play.
Everybody tells them they smell like cheetah piss.
You see how that works?
They still ain't got over cheetah pee.
Jeff, you here, dear?
I am here.
There you go.
Oh my God, she's still on.
Anyway, any last words, beloved? Any last words? I think this is a very constructive conversation, dear. I think it's very constructive. Don't you think?
You didn't answer my initial question.
I did, beloved. You're just saying the same thing over and over because you didn't like the answer. But it's okay. It's okay. Anyway.
Empowerment. So my last question, which I would like the answer to again, because I quote unquote didn't hear it because you never provided it. How is denigrating Black immigrants and other foreigners going to contribute to Black empowerment?
Yeah, asking a disqualifying question over and over again, that's not going to make it any valid, because I don't do that. So that's the answer. I don't do that anyway. So that is the answer. I do not do that. I do not denigrate Immigrants. I do not denigrate their homelands as a whole. I don't do that. I check the tethers. I remind them of what's going on in their homelands. Because the question that you are asking me, basically, it's an inverted question. It's really inverted. Why do your people denigrate your homelands and your culture by fleeing from it? Nobody hates your culture more than you. Right. Nobody hates the Caribbean and Africa more than immigrants. You despise your homeland and you don't want anything to do with it. We're the only ones that will pick out the positives and show it. You guys, or your people, they get sad and upset if they're threatened with being sent back home. That's sad. That ain't enough.
Shit, you never see us running nowhere. They've been talking all this weird
because
shit.
It doesn't matter to us one way or the other. But the problem is when folks come over here and start talking about, hey, y'all niggas need to get it together over here. Y'all messing up. Man, we're going to give you a general reminder where you came from. And that's the thing that hurts. You hate to be reminded where you're from. You come over here and just kind of get brand new and then try to wag your finger. And then we have to say, hey, wait a minute, slow your roll. We know where you came from.
You got to deport us.
It would be best to be humble.
There's
nothing wrong with that, right?
340.
You just did exactly what you said you don't do, but I digress.
Right. And ma'am, you're just kind of projecting a lot of things, but that's okay. I'm used to a lot of non-FBA people doing that. That's kind of something that y'all do. But anyway, dear. And by the way, Nunya, what part of the country you in? You ain't got to say the state. East Coast, South, Midwest.
I know how Jesse moves me sometimes when I ask him.
Northeast. Okay.
I was really sick today.
Okay. All right. I was gonna recommend some egusi soup restaurants for you, but I don't know if they're closed by now. All right, Miss Tiff, it was so good to have you on here, beloved. All right. Did you learn something, Miss Tiff?
Yes, that you project like a motherfucker and you dance around the question.
No, I do not, dear. I do not. I answered your questions directly. All right, now go ahead and tend to your baby daddy before he chokes you out hearing another man's voice on the phone, because the niggas get violent, I heard. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Who is that nigga? I hear a nigga on the phone.
Bitch, who are you talking to? Get off his phone, nigga. I'm sorry, Tyreek. I had to do that. And I never had a problem with none yet, but some of the people that sees around, like, I can't mess with. And this just goes to show you that a lot of them have vitriol not only for Black Americans, but for their own people. Yeah. And I separate real ones from the fake ones, and it just get hard when you try to explain certain things to them. And when you have people around them that want to associate with them, but still trying to explain stuff to them in, like kindergarten teaching words, it's real hard. It goes over their foreheads with the quickness. But, I get along with people who get along with me. So, the conversation that y'all had, I think it wasn't going to go nowhere because, the projections is real with some of these people. And hopefully she can, learn from some of her mistakes. But most of the time, when you have tethers in your spaces, you ain't really gonna learn nothing besides, niggas pouring, a goosey soup and camel piss at each other. So, just keep up the good work, Tyreek, and I'll land my plane.
When y'all try to play the cousins, when y'all want to start getting into a roast contest, y'all not gonna win that. Yeah, when you start saying we denigrate, no. Y'all, what y'all do, a lot of times they call up here and then y'all try to get your jokes off. You niggas eat Popeye's chicken. You niggas are getting EBT. Y'all, we doing that? Are we going there?
Every time I move.
Y'all don't want to get into the dozens. We're going to start talking about that village you fled from. All right, that's part of the game, man. It hurts your feelings when we start getting the roasting on your ass. That's just you getting roasted. That's what it is. Brother Khalif, what's going on, man? That's my New York brother.
What's going on, Tariq? Long time no hear from, bro. What's going on?
Where you been hiding, bro?
On the left side.
I don't know. I've been trying to get on. I was trying to get on that whole time during that election.
Oh, wow.
But the sister, man, she doing a lot of projecting. What it is that it's getting real now. You know what I'm saying? They see we delineating. They know that Trump is getting ready to do a whole lot of deportations, and now they're starting to feel it. Now all of a sudden they in their feelings now. You know, look for us coming out and save them and put the paper, but we not doing that.
There it is right there. Exactly.
Yeah. You know, we not doing that. And you said that they paying $1,000 per immigrant in Missouri, right? To turn people in. Is that $1,000 per immigrant? Because I'm about to get rich, man. With that, I land my plane, bro.
That's what it is. Look, you know what it is? Because all of that, oh, y'all denigrate us. No, what it is that during the election, a lot of the immigrant class, they got very arrogant. They were talking a gang of shit. And they kept telling us, yeah, my guy just hit me up. They kept telling us, well, we ain't got the power to do nothing. Remember that? This is where y'all were telling us, you FBA niggas, you don't have the power to do shit. I'm here now, nigga. The whole narrative was like, yeah, Kamala Harris is gonna win. More immigrants are coming. Y'all FBA niggas are powerless. Y'all can't do nothing. FBA is just online. Y'all was saying all of that stuff. Y'all thought that, okay, all of these billions of dollars that the Kamala Harris Democratic campaign was throwing out there, they had Beyonce and Megan and all of these people, and y'all said it was a wrap.
You don't want to vote for a black woman.
Kamala Harris was going to be a shoo-in. Y'all were very arrogant. Y'all thought that we were going to sit on our hands. Y'all thought that we didn't have the power to get on code and do anything. Y'all like, oh, you niggas are going to eat our dust. Oh, we are going to win, and more our people are going to come and get rid of you niggas. Y'all really thought it was going to go one way.
It did look like that.
And then when Kamala got washed, I mean, she got washed and rinsed.
Now let me outside.
Boy, it got so quiet, didn't it?
As black as
y'all remember November 4th?
They love
the shit talking was just in droves on Twitter. Man, they were all up in here talking cash shit. They were all over the place just talking big shit. November 6th, it was crickets. Oh, it was crickets. It got so quiet. They all disappeared. Oh, they got all nervous. On November 6th, it was so damn quiet.
You're not as black as you thought you were.
I couldn't smell no Igusi. I couldn't smell no Jollof. I don't know where all it just all disappeared. It disappeared like a thief in the night.
I had to go to the mailbox or the post office to drop.
And now, Trump and those guys about to put the smack down, and we don't have the cakes on. Now it's like, hey, why are you niggas so divisive? Well, your rhetoric is dangerous. No. Just hold your own nuts.
Legs, come here.
If you want to fight back, we're not stopping you. Go ahead. Shibakita, what's up, dear?
You have husband? You need husband?
Hey, Tyreek, what's going on?
I'm good, dear. How are you?
I'm doing well. A little under the weather, but I'm getting over it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I see it's not white. It's, I don't know, but it's off-white, like pearl, okay? What the fuck is wrong with you?
It was a great chance for her to learn more about what we are about and what we stand on. And
you never think that, man, where your man at? I'm like, shit.
Wanted to say that,
at home, man. Don't please go, baby, go get him.
That you want to get rid of all immigrants.
Right.
It's the illegal immigrants that really need to get it packing.
Right.
They didn't even come here.
Said black.
And all of those things. Then we have disrespectful tethers. The tethers are not all immigrants. I don't know where people are getting this from. I hate the narrative. It needs to stop.
Right.
That's what he said.
Kamala Harris. These people are
no.
I tell you,
like just regular black.
Regular trying to get you special out the paint. We don't need those people here.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to say that and appreciate all.
Thank you so much. Yeah, listen, and I've said it a million times. We and me, I'll speak for me. I cannot. I can't speak for 43 million people. There's 43 million foundational Black Americans. I can't speak for everybody. I speak for me. I don't have a problem with no immigrants. I work with immigrant brothers and sisters all the time. They go on the road with me. They do stuff with us at the museum all the time. I'm cool as hell with some immigrant brothers and sisters. We got some riders. When we're filming our last microphone check. One of my brothers, one of the camera guys, but one was Haitian, another one was Nigeria. My brother Audio. Good guys. They did phenomenal work.
He had the balls to ask me if I ever been with a Black
I work with my Haitian brothers, my Caribbean brothers, my Nigerian brothers. I work with them all the time. We do good business. They're cool people. Respectful, cool. It's all love. Got no problem with them.
Let me go, please.
But folks who come over doing little janky shit, nah.
Surrounded me.
Nope. Nope. If you're doing something janky, and if you're talking greasy, if you're coming over here like that one Nigerian tether, y'all remember that real goofy, greasy, ashy mouth tether who came over here talking about he was running for office and he wants to get rid of Black History Month? You can get the whole fuck up out of here with that.
Right.
Old niggas like that, nothing.
Chattians.
With that disrespectful type shit. If we did that, we went to somebody else's country saying that, we get stoned. And we're supposed to let clowns like that just sit by and we don't say nothing. No. Mr. Percy Earl, hop in, sir.
What's going on, brother Tyreek?
But they creep me out.
As soon as you posted it, my I'm out here in Tennessee. We're only about an hour away from Missouri. Yeah, it's time to get that bag, man. I'm about to try to report as much as I can. It's a part of our American culture. We gotta get these folks up out of here. If it's per immigrant, I'm gonna be one real son of a gun, man.
There it is. There it is.
I don't know.
Man.
Alien vibes.
Shout out to everybody in here. We're in here deep, as we always are.
Get ready to celebrate the holidays in style. Join us for the Arutty Sussy holiday season celebration at the Hidden History.
They tell us, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, look at this AI creation, dude.
History Museum in Los Angeles, Saturday, December 21st, 2024, 7 p.m. sharp. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks while you laugh the night away. Hosted by Tariq Nasheed and Dwan B. Featuring hilarious performances from Big Jaw, Kevin Tate, Henry Coleman, and more. Tickets are going fast, so don't wait. Visit hiddenhistorymuseum.com to reserve your spot. Don't miss the most festive night of the season. Hidden History Museum.
Big John running a thing called he's running like a little fight club or something like that. Yeah. He said you want to get them hands up.
Right.
I was like, why you lose so much weight? Tiberius is my favorite.
All right, y'all. So on that note, we're about to end this.
Yeah. He said, I got my shit together for I got my shit together for the RVA, so we're gonna cover I got some extra shit we could cover.
We got some buckets, spins, and hands later.
That's up to the evening though. Yeah, so I got a little RVA setup going. And can I share a funny? Can we share a funny real quick?
How quick is it?
I don't know, like 10 minutes. Come on, Jesse. You always end it with something funny.
All right.
Let's see if the boys want to hear something funny. You guys want to watch something funny, or you guys want Jesse to lay it down? Your choice. Say yes or no in the chat. Yes or no if you want to see something funny. You want to watch a little funny skit. A little comedic action. Let's see. Yes or no? You say no. All right, I'll leave it alone. You need to let R. Kelly off.
No comments yet.
Because they're thinking about your well-being.
Everybody about to pass out.
No, they're not.
4 o'clock in the morning.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning with other places. They're thinking about your well-being.
Nobody said anything, so Thank you for tapping in.
No, you gotta give him a chance. You gotta give him a chance.
Everybody went to sleep. I think it's just 20 in here. 20, do you want to hear something funny? Or?
All right, it's like, whatever, dude. He's up. You know he's up. I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll have good laughter tomorrow.
That Twitter space is pretty hilarious.
It wasn't that hilarious. It was pretty funny.
All right, so thank you for tapping into the season 4, episode 37, or Trey 7, part 3, or part Trey at Front Line Blacc News. We'll be back tomorrow with Chewbacca's Black Experience in hands, in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News, and that call-in number is going to be 516-418-5996. We'll see y'all then, if not sooner, with the RBA. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chain Crummet and Lady Che, otherwise known as the Che's.
That's not how you say it.
From the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. We'll see y'all later for some Black Experience Enhanced. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's your Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter and our X.com. Leonard's just looking. All right, y'all. Peace.